Hi everyone, welcome to Gamer's Edge. I am not one of your hosts, but your player in this evening's games. We're doing Rift's Ukraine Freedom for the Borderlands, episode 21, Underneath the City. And I will turn it over to John, our DM, to catch us up as to where everybody's at.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show, welcome to the game tonight. Yes, we've been under the city. We last episode ran into some giant shadow beasts and managed to be triumphant over them. Before I go further though, I want to say hello to Chris.
Hey, welcome back everyone.
And say hello to Daniel.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, we missed you. So last we left, you had made it to this elevator and had started up a giant column.
It was an elevator or was it stairs like the last one?
You're right, it was stairs.
Okay.
You're correct. My mistake there, yes. Don't know why I thought elevator. My brain said stairs, my tongue said elevator. Yes, stairs going up, and you were at the bottom. And so you'd lock the door behind you, and we're ready to go up. Was there? I believe you watched the episode, Daniel. Were there any questions?
No, you guys did an excellent job taking over for Z-Teach and figuring out that spellcasting thing. It's not super simple.
Oh.
Yeah, and thanks for the pointers. So, Mark, Chris, any alibis, any questions, any things you want to do?
I only made fun of Daniel so much last week because I missed him. That brought the show grinding to a halt. Good job, me.
Were you guys? Daniel probably knows because he just watched the episode. Were you guys going to rest inside the stairs?
I believe that's what we had said. We were resting.
Yeah, I thought we were going to go to sleep.
Yeah, because Z-Teach was out of PowerPoints, they, and I quote, put him in a little room, stuck his thumb in his mouth, and left him to sleep.
I don't think we did that. I don't remember those words coming out of my mouth. It sounds like
an hour ago.
Tonal, the right thing, but I don't think we actually did that.
Literally an hour ago.
Did I really say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't remember him saying it either.
I don't remember this. Yeah, sorry, man.
Right. So yeah. If I've sent you a note, make sure you check that. All right, there we go. Turn my ringer on my phone off. All right. So nothing happens. You guys, I'm sure, set up some kind of watch, and I'm just not even going to go into that. And a period of time, because you're in a dark tube, passes, morning, noon, night, or evening, who can tell? But Z-Teach kind of wakes, rubs his eyes, and whoever is awake, if somebody decided to be awake, was awake, and whatever, you guys wake up. And it is just the three of you, right?
Yeah, we had a guides that led us to part of the city, but I think after that certain part, it's been just the three of us and fighting the shadow creatures and then making over here.
Archer stayed in Donetsk because he was going to hold the facility.
Yes, sir.
And okay, so it's the three of you. Yeah.
Unless you want to give us Una back. That's a no.
No.
So.
He's already been fed to a different beast.
So you guys wake up, everything's great. Maybe you're a little hungry. I see Oris is already eating. um, and life's grand.
One of the byproducts of getting to the 6 to 6:15 p.m. time is sometimes I don't have time to eat between one thing and another.
You
So
mean
sorry about that.
9:15?
Yeah, for you and Chris, because you live in the future.
I know.
Well, here in the past, we're slumming it, eating late, like early, like fools.
Yeah. Are you two now in the same time zone?
Yeah, we've been in
Okay.
the same time zone for a couple of years.
Well, no, I know, but now that he moved to Vegas, I couldn't remember if
Yep.
that was the same time zone.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah,
all
you,
right.
you lose money in the past at the casinos.
That's funny. That's why 2 years I lived there. I don't think in 2 years I gambled more than $40. It'd be, oh, I have change left in my pocket after going to the restaurant. I guess I'll get rid of it as I walk out the door. And it pretty much always disappeared as I walked out the door. So yeah, so you guys are in a dark tube at the bottom of a set of winding stairs.
Z-Teach, do you have the power?
Yes, I believe that there is something in this place, like the Atlantis at home, that helps fuel some magics.
You seem to be regaining it quickly yesterday, so I'm glad.
Yes, it was odd. Usually I have to be near an actual ley line. Even the Atlantis back home, it is surrounded by ley lines, which allows the populace to power their magics within the city. But here, I don't know, something's different.
I'm still worried what our game plan will be once we actually find Orloff. I have a feeling the Splugorth will not be far away.
My fear is we will not find Orlov. It was something I've been thinking about since we were told that there are beings here that look human. How can we be sure that someone that we find that looks like Orlov is in fact Orlov?
Well, they would be missing a leg.
Not necessarily. That's a robotic leg, is it not? Of the technology of your world?
Sveta? Is it a fully robotic leg? You're carrying it.
I don't know if we ever covered that. I remember it being,
I'm fairly certain that John
think-
had said the only piece of him that was alive that we could see that we were assuming was like this part. Like
Yeah.
a couple organs and his face and his brain maybe.
yeah.
You want to look at your leg?
Yeah, I'll look at the leg. Are there any fleshy bits?
Is it
You
extra
see no
crispy
meat
or original?
bits. You see no meat bits. It's every there's doesn't even seem to be places where meat bits would go.
So it is 100% non-organic that
And-
I can see.
Based on what I've seen of the technology of your world, something like that can be easily replaced with the right resources. And if there's one thing that he has here, it's resources.
To be fair,
To be fair,
we don't get your merch mug at gamersledge.com right now, to be fair. But to be fair, I don't know that he does. Remember, he was just a puppet for the Splugorth.
then why would the Splugorth save him and bring him here?
Because you can't get more money out of a dead asset.
Nor a disabled one.
Right. But my point is that I don't know that he has that much sway here. It
No,
doesn't
but
seem
when-
like there's a lot of humans.
I'm saying his
I'm sure they'll give
patron
him a
does.
new med. Yeah, I'm sure they'll give him a new leg. I agree with that. Sadly.
as we've been walking through town, have we seen many cybernetic people? Or people, sorry, not people, but things and things with cybernetic pieces?
Yeah. Matter of fact, you can see. I mean, I have the picture up of town, and
Is that what we're
um,
looking at, these things?
yeah. I mean, you've seen
But almost no
just the
humans, as we covered before, right?
yeah, no humans, but you did see cybernetics. You saw um, aliens. You saw demons. You saw I don't know. Just you name it, you probably saw it.
Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Um,
Except it was an
yes.
actual flea.
I said aliens.
I like the three-eyed cowboy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? I mean, you guys blitzed through really quick, so
We did. We were laser focused, almost like a cleric.
so who knows what you would have seen. But yeah, you can see like one picture has a giant mech that you walked past. Yeah, you name it. You would have seen it there.
Well, I think it's all a moot point. The only thing we can do now is go up.
Okay.
And hope to find more intel. Because we are going in less than blind.
Less than blind. All right. So, who's going first?
May I see the map?
There's
Which
no map.
map?
Oh. Okay.
It's mind's eye. We're just in probably a 30-foot
No,
wide.
I apologize. Fluff. May I see the map? The map that has
Oh,
all
right,
the-
right. Fluffwise. Yeah, Mark, you're carrying a map with a light on it.
Right. Oh, the mischief managed. I opened it. Yes.
Yeah.
And here hand it to you. Yes.
So, being that we slept, is it still pointing us in the right direction?
Yes.
Yeah, has he moved any further?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Chris,
Yes,
did you see I sent you a note?
I did not.
Is that a blanket or a bathrobe?
It's a blanket.
Yes.
Is it a Christmas blanket?
I sent you a note on Viber. I sent you a note in Roll20. I was trying to be subtle and quiet about it. I just...
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Just an observation that you may have contemplated.
Okay. So,
That fit the conversation about 5 minutes ago.
oh, I'm sorry. So Sveta will say, it doesn't feel like it's been more than 24 hours since we've come here.
Which seems out of context now, but that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that would have been pertinent 5 minutes ago, Sveta. Are you distracted? What's going on? We all got to
little
be
bit.
on our A game here.
She was chilly, so she went and found a blanket.
I thought it
My
was a
office is
bathroom.
really cold.
I thought it was a bathroom.
So, what order are you going up the stairs? You can go three side by side, or however you want.
Side by
It's
side,
big
arms
skier.
linked,
It's
like
big
we're heading
stairs.
to the Wizard of Oz.
I think I will go first, unless there's an objection. I'll go first.
I'll go
Daniel-
sec.
Really?
Yeah, I'll go last.
I'd rather have you in the middle in case something comes up from behind, so you're not immediately smooshed.
If something's coming up behind, we're all gonna be immediately smooshed. But I have powers that allow me to transverse things. You don't.
Fine. I was just looking out
Okay.
for you.
No,
That's
I
fine by
appreciate
me.
I think it's much more likely something will come down the stairs like a giant ball that will crush us.
That sounds like stories I've heard around a campfire. Can't be real. So yeah, we'll go in that order then. Me, and then Sveta, and then Daniel.
Sounds
All
good.
right. As always, if you guys see cards sitting on the map, you go ahead and delete them for me. I don't
But
know why.
if they're low number cards, we can just leave them out there, right?
Well, they're your cards, so sure. So, why don't you guys make a notice roll for me? What are you guys using for light again?
I have a lantern.
Okay.
Yes. I was using well now that he's behind me again, I was using the infrared, or I was using the night vision, and Sveta was using the ranging goggles, the infrared goggles.
You mean Z-Teach?
Sorry, yes, Z-Teach was using
Okay.
I had loaned you the infrared goggles,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
and now that Sveta is in front of you, they will be useless.
Oh, because she takes up so much heat.
Yeah. But,
Why?
I mean, you can use...
I mean, she's
You
carrying
can
a lantern directly in front of you, so
Yeah.
all you're going to see is red from the lantern.
Right. So you're using your plain eyes. Okay.
And I'm using
Waiting
the
for Oris.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Notice roll. I'm waiting to see if Daniel passes out first. Hold on 1 second. Character sheet. Notice.
You see everything.
I see everything.
So,
This stone was made about 2,400 years ago. It's amazing.
so you see a number. You're not quite sure yet. You see a number of softball size spiders running towards you.
Guys, there are
That's not
soft-sized
terrifying.
smart spiders running towards us. A number
And-
of them.
You think they
Everybody
just wanna use
sees
the
that
stairs?
except Sveta.
Do you think they just
So-
want to use the stairs?
What's that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Are they like skipping stairs? Are they going down the middle? Or are they just skittering down the stairs as if...
They came down the wall ahead of you and are now coming down the stairs.
Yeah, no, they're coming for us.
Okay.
Sveta, you don't see them. They're small and ahead of you and not in the lighted area. So we're going to skip your turn. You're
Okay.
going to be surprised this round, and we'll go straight to Orist.
Oris, how far away are they?
John, next time watch the camera and wait for Mark to take a bite. How far away are the spiders? Family show.
Family show.
They can't see it if I'm not talking.
Oh, Mark just flipped off the camera.
I see.
Jerk.
They're in melee range for Orist.
Oh wow.
Oh, well.
So they're quick.
All right,
Okay.
so then I'll pop the swords and slash, and attempt to take the first two out.
Do these seem like mega spiders or standard spiders? Like, do they have iron skin or?
No, they don't have anything ironish or stonish but who can know?
Right.
So you swing high with the katana. You didn't want to hit the katana into the stone,
Right.
and with the wakizashi, you come back the other way, and you hit one, and it just splatters. You feel absolutely no resistance when you hit it.
Well, in that case, I will let things lie, and I will say so far seem like normal spiders, other than the fact that they're golf ball sized.
How many?
Soft ball.
How many are there?
Big difference.
Like
Yeah.
a swarm?
Yeah.
You see 4 so far.
Oh, because we're going around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my turn.
Are they pretty close together?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
They're probably in a 4-foot area.
Were you done, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He killed one and missed one.
Ztich will move around Sveta to stand near Orist.
Okay.
And
So almost as if you had been in the middle.
Sure. And I was watching you guys' backs. And he'll remove some what looks like charcoal from his pocket and blow it out in front of him, which his breath on the charcoal will start to catch fire, and it will. Go ahead, pup. Of course you're gonna start barking, you son of a gun. And it will catch into a cone shape that goes out and around the corner a little bit.
Okay.
In a burst of flame.
Awesome. Success?
And I apologize. It's not just a burst; it is a greater burst because I don't know if they're MDC. So,
Fair enough.
that is a success. Oh, I have these back. I'm gonna use one of these. Benny.
You're using a Benny?
Yep.
Even though it was a success?
Yes, because I need a
I need
raise.
a raise. Well, you got your raise.
Come on.
Okay, you've got a raise.
So that's 5d6 MDC for all of the ones that were in a cone.
Okay.
Am I in that cone?
No, that's why I stood next to you.
Oh, okay.
I could have spent power points to pick you and Sveta out, but being that this is a stairway around the corner,
Right.
I wanted to blow it up and around the corner as far as I could.
Got it.
And roll damage. 21 to everything in that cone.
So this he blows the charcoal out of his hand, and you see it start to spark, and then it goes from sparks to this giant wave of flame that just fills. Mind you, how big this just fills this stairway, and as it goes, you see it hit the spiders, and they pop and burst into flame, and you also see the webbing that is burning away as the flames go up and around the stairway.
Were they dropping webs as they were coming, or did they live there?
They probably both.
Okay. And that's me.
Okay. You guys stand there, the kind of flames and the burning. You see the webs kind of burn and ashes kind of fall, and you don't see anything.
Well, if nothing else, teach if our quest to unify Ukraine fails, you would be great as pest removal.
Yeah. That's what he was doing at the vampire's house.
Do you have an annoying vampire feeding on your populace?
Wow. That was
How
a
about a
bad time.
werewolf that's eating your horses and livestock? If
Do you enjoy the sound of popping egg sacs as you fall asleep? We have an ASMR showcase for you. By Z-Teach.
All right.
Yeah, I'll check. I will poke my head around the corner and see if there's a giant ass spider waiting for us just up the stairs.
You see nothing. Matter of fact, the stairs seem cleaner. Well, kind of cleaner than they were before, but also kind of charred.
Yeah. All right then. Good job, Z-Teach.
Yeah. They were SDC spiders.
Oh, so what you're saying is that there is a nuclear ash shadow of the spiders blown into the concrete that
I
will
did
never
appreciate.
come out.
I did appreciate the allusion to Endgame last time with Thanos snap. The guy just turns into ash, and the ash is slowly drifting away.
All right. You guys walk for 30 minutes, and
A lot of stairs.
a lot of stairs, and or actually, let me just say this. Do you remember how far you walked down the Z-Teach? Do you remember that from the podcast?
Mm-mm.
I don't either. However long that was, that's how long you just walked.
No.
Oh wow.
I think it was 30, maybe it was
I
15, I
think it
can't
was.
remember.
I think it was 30. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was 30. And you arrive, and there's a kind of a round chamber at the top, and in a way it's kind of the opposite of what you saw at the bottom, and there's doors, and in this room. Otherwise, the room is empty. It's probably it's a circular room, with doors on one side. It's probably 20, maybe 30 feet across. Now, the one exception is you can see that one wall is sloped inward. Now, you know you were walking up, you were going up inside of a pyramid, so I'll just give you this one, is it looks as if you're looking at the outside wall of a pyramid, which might explain why it's sloping inward. Mark is thinking.
Yes. Yeah, I have nothing to add at the moment, though.
Okay. Well, you're in a large empty room with a door.
Listen at the door.
Okay. Roll whatever you think is appropriate.
Oh,
okay.
there are my shoes. I haven't seen them in a while.
Huh.
I mean, it's a success, but
Yeah. You're not sure you hear anything? Go ahead. I'm going to grab a bottle of water, but I can hear you and talk.
What do you want to do?
I can't tell if I can hear anyone outside or not. Does somebody else want to check?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Are you just putting your ear up against the door?
ZT's here is better than all of us. Twice as good as us.
Okay.
Twice as well as us.
I hear twice as much good going on past the door.
All right. And again, you're just putting your ear to the door? Is that what's going on?
To the crack of the door.
Okay. Okay. I didn't,
Yeah.
Uh,
That's why I can hear better than them.
I see. Maybe so. You actually hear shuffling
Every day
and
shuffling.
guttural either talking or breathing or something. You're not sure. But you hear multiple
Something.
creatures and they seem like they're large.
And I'll pass the information quietly to the party. How large is the store?
The door is 15 feet wide and 20 feet tall. And it's a double door.
How large were the stairs?
You guys could have put your arms straight out, like airplanes,
I
and
apologize.
walked side by side up the stairs without touching fingers.
I meant this way.
Oh, how
How tall
tall
were each stair?
Oh, was each stair? Mostly humanish, maybe a little bigger.
And the depth of each step?
I
Like a
get you're
human
talking
foot?
about the rise. It's called the rise.
Well, I'm talking about the depth of the stair and the rise.
You mean
A human
depth?
foot-
Or are you talking about width?
A human foot is only like a foot, right?
Okay.
But
The
a giant
distance
foot
from
would be...
right. Oh, I understand what you're talking about. Okay. Yes, they were. The stairs are. I don't know what that's called.
I don't either.
Although I'm sure there's an official stair
That's why
word
that's
for
why
it.
I've been using depth.
But we'll go with depth. Yeah. Yes, they're probably twice.
Okay. I believe
and
that-
and a little
Probably-
and probably 2 inches taller on the rise.
Okay.
It might be the run of each step.
I
Run.
think you're right. Yep.
Size
Run.
of a run would
I like
be-
that. Well, Sveta would know. These are her people.
Mm.
They're
Yeah, the
giants.
steps were really comfortable for Sveta.
Giants like her.
How thick is this door? Is this a big, heavy door like the first one we saw when we got?
It's not metal. It's wood. It's a fancy wood. The walls up here are stone.
And how far? Mute.
It's wood, so I will hand Urus back his binoculars, and I'll ask what he can see, if he's able to see through the wood with the binoculars.
Okay, right. So I would be using the infrared to see how large the things are on the other side of the wall, if it will penetrate the wood.
Does Sveta have her lantern lit? Is it a flame lantern or is it a flashlight?
It is a flame lantern, but I could be behind them. I don't know if that would matter with thermals.
I'll take the lantern and I'll throw it down the stairs. No, not really.
No.
No!
I take Z-Teach and throw him down the stairs.
You can ask me to extinguish the lantern.
Once I'm down the stairs, I grab the lantern and come back.
I think actually that's the right course of action. Is I'd want to try and put Sveta behind me and see how much that mucks with the infrared. If I can figure out a way to, maybe she's at the back of the room and I'm closer to the door.
Yeah,
staring
you
at
don't.
the door.
You don't see anything with the lantern lit.
The door might just be too thick. Oh,
Well-
with the lantern lit.
Yeah, let's try. I'll say Sveta. Get a light. And then I look. Now that the lantern is not lit.
Let me.
And the good part is I'll know how far away they are.
Why don't you roll your? Why don't you roll your investigation?
Fantastic.
Why don't I look at that screen?
I'm gonna try that again. Benny. Yep, it took it for once. Huzzah. It's about the same. It's one success. Someone else say something.
I'm listening. Did you say you wanted to say something?
I said someone else say something.
Oh,
Oh.
I thought you said I want to say something, so I was quiet so you could talk.
Thank you. No, one success is what I got.
I got you. Okay. Okay. You see maybe a faint, indistinct heat source ahead of you. But you don't really get a shape, and mostly you see a glow in that direction through the crack between the two door halves.
Fantastic. But the money question, how far away? Since it's a ranger.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, and it's hard to judge. Yeah,
It doesn't have a digital display that says how far away it is? Because that's what
You're
I
looking
thought.
through a door.
Yeah.
It'll tell you that the door is 6 inches in front of you.
Great. Okay. Okay. I'll make the motion to Sveta to turn the hood back on, but she can't see me because it's pitch black in here. So I will walk over to Sveta and say, Sveta, turn the light back on.
She reignites it.
And I've taken the infrareds off before she
Okay.
does that.
One thing you did get is, and again, it's hard to judge. But depending on how close the object was to what you were looking, it could be 6 to 12 feet tall.
Okay.
Obviously, the farther away it actually is, the taller it is.
Well, while I'm standing by Sveta, I'm going to open the map and I'm going to see how far exactly are we away from Orlov. Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
About 100 yards straight ahead of you, a little bit to the left.
All right. Well, Z-Teach, if we open the door, can you make it whatever's on the other side go to sleep?
I can try.
Because I
Waiting
really
for us to open this. Wait for us to open this door and the room be empty with just like a hearth fire in it.
Yeah. Giant hearth fire. And it could be, but I mean, I'd rather not get into combat right outside where Orlov is.
Well, I mean, hold on. And Z-Teach will... Where are you? He'll cast Invisibility. And then he'll cast Teleport.
Okay.
And then he'll roll Notice to see what's on the other side of the door.
So you're on the other side of the door.
Yep.
Okay. So look at the image I've given you.
Mhm.
Right? Look in the upper left. You see the guy with the worm staff?
The guy that kind of looks like Thanos.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You see 3 of them.
Okay.
They're 10 to 12 feet tall. They're not all the exact same size. And they're armed. They have that exact armor. They're all 3 of them have worm staves. They're about 10 feet in front of the door.
What does the room look like?
It is it is, if you're standing with your back touching the door,
Mhm.
right, that you just teleported through, straight ahead of you is another door, and that is about 20 feet away.
Okay.
To your left and to your right, the room is 60 feet, so a total 120 feet wide.
Oh, so it's a giant room.
It's a giant room. And so what you see is they're standing behind barriers. And there's a small gap. Well, I say small. It's big enough for one of those things to walk through, so maybe not so small. But it looks, I'll be careful how I say this. The room, the doors, everything you've seen, like you see this picture of Atlantis, how it's really nice marble and really beautiful columns, and you see how that is right there in that upper left picture.
Right?
Okay. Well, what you see that in the room, the barriers look more crude, and while they've been put here since the place was built, they look older. And they're not older, they just look older because they're not as beautifully constructed.
Okay.
Right? And so there's sandbags and there's some stone, and you see some it looks like these guys are here in case something scary comes up the stairs.
And how far apart are they?
They each are 10 feet apart, which, looking straight out the doors, you wouldn't have seen the guy on the left and right, which is why you only saw one heat source. And they are 10 feet from the door.
6. Okay. ZT is going to cast Greater Slumber.
Okay.
So
Okay.
each of them now rolls a spirit check at -4.
All right. And they just need a
success is what it looks like.
let me check something real quick.
And that's me casting Greater Slumber with a large blast template, which is very large, to affect everybody within that blast template.
Yeah, let me do that again. Okay. They do they just go to sleep? Do they fall down? Does it say?
They go to sleep. I mean,
Okay. You see them, they
Yeah.
kind of rock on their feet a little bit, kind of touch their face and just kind of, they're holding themselves by the staff, and they sit down, and next thing you know, they're on the ground, and all three of them are just asleep.
Zetich will open the door slowly.
You can,
Yeah.
but it's very difficult for you.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
He'll push against the door, cancel out his invisibility, and push the door open enough that they can see that it's him sticking his head out, and that he's having trouble pushing the door open. And
Sven will step in and help him open it.
yeah, and he'll do one of these.
And Orsiel Z-Teach! I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah.
And then he'll walk in and he'll whisper, "There are three of the. Did we see any of these creatures out in the city?"
Yes,
you did.
There are three of the creatures with the worm staffs.
They're Splugorth overlords. And I will tell you that just so you know, but maybe you don't know that, but that's what they're called, just so we can have a conversation about them.
Can you type that into the chat?
Yes, sir.
There are three of them, and they are asleep, and will be for the better part of an hour.
Great, let's work fast.
All right, so you walk past the barrier and you see the three laying there, and one is actually curled up, sucking his thumb, and with a big smile on his face.
When they landed, did any of them drop their staffs, like away from them?
No, they're all cuddling it.
They're all cuddling it.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm assuming that because it was an AOE, the little worm thing seems to be asleep too. One of the worms is snoring, and another one seems to be drooling.
Do we know what those do? Have we seen them use them?
You have not.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, you're the ones that make the plans of action.
According to the map, he's just 100 yards ahead of us and to the left a little bit.
So perhaps past that door?
Yep. Let's nice and quietly follow the map.
Yep.
Okay. You're gonna open the door?
Okay, so is this wooden like the last door?
Yes.
I'm going to attempt to listen at the door first.
Okay.
At the crack of the door.
Okay.
With a 21.
Wow.
You hear this?
You don't hear anything.
Check with your predator vision. I imagine that binocular would make a great predator.
It's fat kill the light.
She turns it out again.
I use the infrareds.
Do I? Oh, there we go. I think that's what I want.
Did you have me roll investigation with those?
Yes.
So 1 success.
Hey, Daniel,
Yes, sir.
how do I draw a empty box?
as if you were going to do it on this. You go to the paintbrush in the top left. Go to draw shape. Then the first box will be the color of the line. The second box is the what it's filled with. So if you want it to be transparent, you make sure that the bottom says transparent. It's the bottom. The square is the bottom right square.
Got it.
Cool. Are you making a map? No more theater of the mind for these bubbas.
Well, yeah. All right.
Oh. Okay. It takes a second, but once these infrared goggles kick in, it's pretty cool. You can start seeing doors appear in the darkness. It's awesome.
Everything looks like Tron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And walls.
All right. Did you open?
No.
Okay, so
I'm
you're just
using
looking.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay.
And I got one success.
Okay. You rolled a success. You don't hear anything.
No, I'm not.
He's using his
I'm
thermal
using
vision to look.
the infrared goggles.
You don't see anything.
Okay.
You see from this direction right here, it's very bright on the infrared, very bright.
And where are we here?
You're
Okay.
here.
Okay.
That's we came in the round door,
Right.
then across the room to the flat
Right.
wall.
And so I see it's very bright here.
Yes.
Can I make out a shape, or is it
No.
like
No, like a wall of brightness.
then I will say some kind of wall of brightness on the other side. But I can't tell where. I mean, what it is. I'll find Sveta and say, can you turn the light back on?
And she'll turn it back on.
Okay. And then I'll point the direction of the wall of brightness that I was able to see.
Okay.
Which the door is still closed, but you get the idea. It's over on the right side, past the door opening.
I'm thinking we just open this one.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we can just
I
slowly
mean, we've been
peek through the door.
whispering, but they actually need to be like shaken awake to wake up.
Okay. Well, I'll open the door.
You see a hallway.
Do we
Okay,
see what the...
what was the blinding? Yeah.
You see nothing with your eyes.
Probably maybe on the other side of that wall.
So there's a big wall of heat that's invisible? Just...
It could be
Well,
on
to
the
your
other
naked
side.
eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You see 3 doors.
Actually, I'm gonna now that this one's open, I'm gonna.
It
have
seems that Orloff is this way, right here.
I'm not seeing wherever you're.
Well, you
Zoom
have
out.
to look at the whole map.
Zoom out.
Upper left.
Oh, I see.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So yeah, while we have this door open, I'm gonna have Sveta kill the light again,
Okay.
and I'm gonna look and see exactly where that wall goes. Does it go to the second door? Is the second and third are cut off, and the first one doesn't have heat next to it, or is it across all three?
The light.
Yeah,
Um,
the blinding wall of light with the infrared.
it's coming through this wall right here.
Okay, but it is not over here.
No.
Okay. Then I'll have her turn the lamp back on, and I will relay the fact that it's only this third door that seems to have whatever the heat source is on the other side. So we want to head to the far left door.
Okay. By the way, it's not pitch dark in here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see without her lantern.
Okay.
There are soft overhead lights. This wall right here
Mm-hmm.
curves towards you. And this wall right back here curved towards you. So you might surmise that this right here in the bottom right is a corner of the pyramid.
Okay. Okay.
So you go to this door.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks normal-ish, if normal is for something that might be 12 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
And
Listen on to the door, see if I can hear something.
how are you going to listen?
With my ear
Okay.
pressed
So
against the door.
are you taking your helmet off?
That seems like a bad idea. I'm just getting putting my head against the door, seeing if I can hear feel any vibrations or hear anything that's loud enough to breach the barrier. That's it.
Okay.
But no, my helmet is on.
Okay.
And then Zeech will listen at the crack of the door.
Okay. Both of you roll.
Oh, was that notice or investigation?
Um,
Well, I got a success.
I think it's a D6 for both of you.
Yeah.
Neither one of you hear anything.
Okay.
Zetich,
Mhm.
the door's cold.
It's cold?
Yes.
Like, colder than a door should be.
Yes.
Which, in turn, is probably why he was asking if you were wearing your mask.
Probably.
Not because it was limiting your hearing. Zeech will back away, and he'll feel the door and the wall next to the door.
The door and the wall are cold.
And then I will move down the hallway a little bit, and test the wall and door the next one over.
The middle
It
one.
kind of ends right here.
Okay. So possibly where that room ends.
Yes.
Okay, Zeech is going to make his mark. Like right here somewhere.
You're gonna what? Oh, okay.
He's just gonna make a mental note.
Got it.
And then he'll say the wall here is much colder.
That's odd. The door to the far right is much warmer.
The door is?
Well, I imagine because there was actually
Zeech will go down and feel the door. This is the third door.
It's warm.
And the wall is as well? So
Not
the
as warm as the door. The door, yes, but not as striking.
Because it's a wall, not a door.
Yeah.
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 And the center one feels
It's not
more
as
like,
warm as the other wall is cold.
Does the center one feel more like this temperature over here of the wall and door?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what to make of this.
I'm thinking we go through the middle one.
In the school, we had rooms like this that were portals to elemental planes. I don't feel that this would be the case here, but I'm not sure what to think. According to your map, Orist is in this direction.
Orloff. Yeah.
Orloff. You're Orist.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I have a feeling that the left door is trapped and the right door is trapped. And because this one is the same temperature as a normal wall and door, it's the best option. I mean, I guess the best way to tell is I can try and open it and have you guys stand back. If there is something, hopefully my armor will protect me.
Yeah, that's not safe enough for me to try to do it on my own.
Yeah.
Alternatively, I could try the door that's hot and or the door that's warm, and as long as it's not magical fire, it should be fine.
What happens to you if it is?
He melts.
Magical fire hurts me less, but it will still hurt me.
Then perhaps we shouldn't take that chance.
Yeah. Let's try the middle, and if it turns out we're wrong, we'll move forward from there.
All right. Are we opening a door?
We're opening the middle
I
door.
believe so.
I am
Okay.
with Sveta and Z-Teach. I don't know, which way down the hallway do you want to be? Towards the warmer door or the colder door?
Towards the colder door.
Okay.
Towards each.
Okay, you open the door.
It's a
Yeah.
brand new car.
It has barrels
Uh-huh.
and bags
Mhm.
and Z-Teach and Sveta smell the spices. You don't.
Well, I
Assuming
can see
your
it looks like
armor
a
is somewhat sealed.
Yeah, no, it is.
Uh,
It looks like a storage room, though, right?
Yes, it's a
Well-
storage room full of spices.
Well, then I'll start looking through and seeing what's in the barrels and stuff.
It is a 20-foot by 20-foot room that is probably 50 feet tall, and there are two narrow aisles, and it is filled up, down, left, right, forward, back with spices.
Are they?
Let me say it another way. There are tons of spices in here.
Got it. Are they individually packaged? Are they in just barrels?
Some are in bags, some are in barrels, some are in boxes, some are in jars.
I will grab.
None are. All are person size. Person size bag, person size jar, person size.
Oh, that's not useful.
what do you plan to do with them?
Well, spices are worth more than kingdoms in some places. I was going to try and take some with us to either use in cooking or sell. But seeing as I do not have any kind of bags on me, and these are person-sized bags, that's not helpful. So yeah, nada. All right. Well, I'm going to search the back wall.
It's
Thoroughly.
a back wall.
Okay.
I mean,
No
you
hit.
can only see, the, and I say narrow aisle. I mean, it's narrow for one of the overlords to walk through.
Right. But
But yeah, there's two bits of wall you can see, and looks solid wall to you.
Well, I'm like feeling around back there, trying to see if there's any kind of hidden
you can roll.
doors and traps. Yeah, investigation or notice.
Investigation.
Investigation.
You don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Well, I turn back and I say, "Which door, guys? Hot or cold?"
I would gladly go hot, but I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I think that if Sveta feels the more comfort towards hot, we can try hot. I'd prefer going cold.
So you're going to open the hot door, Sveta?
Yes, if Mark agrees.
Okay.
Sure. I'll back you
All
up
right.
because any kind of heat I should be able to withstand.
And Zuzi walks away from the door
All right. Towards the cold one?
towards the cold one.
All right. All right. The door opens easily. And how far away from Sveta are you, Mark?
Probably like if Sveta's here in front of the door, I'm probably like right here.
So you're 10 feet away?
I wouldn't say that far. 5 feet away.
5 feet away. Okay.
Yeah.
Sveta opens the door, and all you see, you can no longer see Sveta. All you see is a column of white light that fills the hallway. You're not damaged. You can't see a room. All you see is white. You can't see ahead of you. You can't see behind you, below you, up, anything. You are just suddenly, and all you see ahead of you is white.
Does he teach?
Yep.
And oh, by the way, it is very warm.
Yeah. I'm going to back up slowly until I either back into the door frame here, or I back into the wall here, or I back into Z-Teach over here.
Okay.
Because I don't know. I mean, I was kind of facing... like this kind of angle.
Yeah, the door opened this way. So the light's kind of being blocked down the hallway.
Oh, the door is here. Oh, I will push the door closed.
Okay.
Or I will attempt to. I mean, if
Okay.
it feels like it's, the column of light is shearing off my hand, I won't, but I'll try and push it closed.
Okay. Well, it's not closing.
Oh.
Are you just going to stand there and hold the door, Sveta?
I can't see anything either.
I was talking to you.
Yeah.
You see white.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me, too.
No,
Yeah, I thought-
Sveta.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You
I
can't
thought
see.
he just-
Sveta can't see below her. She can't. And Sveta feels warm.
Yeah, I'll just close the door then.
Okay. You are not blind. However, it was very bright and now it's darkish, and until your eyes adjust, you can't see.
Okay. Wow, that was a lot of heat and brightness. Some sort of magical enchantment would be my guess.
I have a feeling we're going to find the same beyond the cold door.
And I heard music. Odd music, not of this world.
Huh. Have I ever heard of anything like this, John?
No.
Has Z-Teach?
I was just rolling just to roll terminology.
Yeah, fair enough. And the answer is still no.
Yeah.
Okay. So it didn't seem like a portal to an elemental plane within that room, right?
All he could see was white. All she could see was white.
Okay. And she's the only one that heard that music.
Yes.
Okay.
There's nothing
Okay.
else. Like, do the hallways continue in either direction?
So while they're pulling themselves together, Zuki's just gonna open the third door.
Okay. It opens easily. It's cold. You see a. Let me see. You see carcasses and meats of various beasts. You see frozen people just hanging as if this is some giant,
Larder.
yeah,
Yeah.
freezer,
Do the
meat freezer.
people like humans?
Yeah, you see a couple things that look human. They
And
look very dead.
does it look like they have been chopped up?
Not yet.
Okay. But they're definitely dead.
Oh yeah, everything in the room looks dead.
Hmm. Okay. And the room itself, it doesn't look like there's any additional doors or anything like that, right?
You don't see anything.
Does this hallway end or is it open like this?
You can see the wall right here. You see I drew a wall here, and I know
Right.
you're not asking there, but
Yeah.
yes, the hallway is open here, and you can see that it's a T. You can go left and right, and again, this
Oh, it is
wall
open.
you see ahead of you slopes towards you.
Gotcha.
Because
So-
it's the edge of the pyramid in theory.
Right.
In theory,
Alright, Zizi's just gonna come here and peek around the corner.
which way, left or right?
First left, then right.
Left. I will draw.
It's a giant guillotine heading straight for your neck.
Um, Doors aren't necessarily to size. I'm just
Right.
trying to give a general location of where the door is. Okay. So to the left, you see the hallway continued 3 doors on the left. And then you see that the hallway turns to the left up above. Actually, I guess I could draw that. So obviously there's a wall here.
Well, we know what's beyond those 3 doors down over there. Kryptonite.
Now to your right, you see something.
I love your stories.
Boom. Now you don't see the vehicle they're on. But you see 1 slaver and 8 warrior women. And they've noticed you.
Warrior women being slaves?
Well, they might be. You're not sure.
Do
Are
they
they
look
all
like they have...
carrying what looks to be Nerf guns?
Say again?
So are they all carrying what looks like Nerf guns?
They are carrying weapons, yes.
Zuthich blushes at how they're dressed.
Yeah, it's actually, well, family show. I'll just...
Leave it to our imaginations.
Well, if you zoom in on the picture, it's kind of see-through. I guess you want the jack, not the 2 of diamonds there, Mr. Shinkansen?
Correct.
All right. Let me put this in order. And Mr. Z teach.
Okay. So we see this big tentacled slaver and the women.
Yes. The women, the slaver is, ba, ba, ba. The slaver is here, and he's about 12 feet tall, and the women are normal human size, and the women are in 2 columns of 4 each from here to here.
Did they see me when I peeked?
Yes.
Okay. I need to push down my gentlemanliness and be more like Urst. Kill everything. Like Urst. Murder everything. Like
What's going
Urst. Did we see these things out in town? And did we learn the nomenclature for them? Or was that just nomenclature you were using to describe them? Big tentacle alligator and 3 women.
8.
8 women. Frick. Where is everyone? Where is Sveta and where is Urist? Last that I knew they were
Okay,
back
so
here.
Z
Where are you,
teaches here.
Urst?
I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
Z teaches here.
Yep.
Sveta was here. And Orist was here.
Alright, so I'm going to run back, gently push Sveta past this door.
Well, it's closed.
I know.
Okay.
And open it.
Okay.
So now everything past this door is a bright white light, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And we're behind the door.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. That was my action. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
What did you see?
Shinkansen.
What did you see?
Sorry. I said it while your ears were out. Big tentacle alligator and 8 naked women.
All I hear is Naomi in the background. What?
John, can you please throw the picture up again?
Yes, sir.
Just so we can make sure.
Just so we can make sure. I love it.
She said, okay, thank you for informing me. That was all. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to take the rifle out, and I'll take a position here. Oops. Here,
Okay.
along the right wall. I know that this is a column of light that's coming down, but just in case something breaks, I'll hold to shoot if something breaks through the light or closes the door.
By the way, ZT Troll a notice.
No problem, boss.
Okay.
Wow.
Never mind.
It's one
You
of the
don't-
lowest notices I've ever rolled.
You don't notice that things have been airbrushed away.
All right. All right. My turn. Things happen. All right, Sveta, your turn.
Is Sveta still blind?
You're gonna have a -4 to do anything until I tell you otherwise.
Oh, fun.
But you see better than you did a moment ago.
Okay. She will stand behind the door and, I guess ready her weapon and hold in position.
Okay. All right. Let's deal some cards.
I keep my
I guess
king.
you want the king.
I keep the king.
Let me put these in order. There you go. Bam. All right. All right, Mr. Shinkansen.
I'm still holding my action
Okay.
for, again, as soon as something breaches the light or closes the door, then they will be shot.
Well, you can't interrupt. So in this case, you're gonna you can hold your action, but you're gonna go after me because you don't have a joker.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine because I'm pretty far back from the light. What is that, like 30 feet?
Yeah, it's about 20 feet.
Yeah, so okay, yeah, and I'm up against this right wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the door closes, and Sveta was behind the door. Z-Teach, you said you were down by the cold door.
No, I just pushed Sveta back a little bit and then got behind her.
Okay, so you're right behind her. So you're both by the spice store.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Tell us what you
All
want,
right.
what you really, really want.
It is what I want, what I really, really want. I wanna
Zig zig ah.
Zig Zigga, which I believe is in the spice store.
If you want to be in my spice store.
All right. So
You gotta protect my friends.
So they have one of them shoots Sveta with the gun and hits.
They can see her?
They closed the
They-
door.
Oh, I missed that.
Two of them have missed. Three of them have missed. Fourth one hits Sveta. A fifth one hits Orist. Sixth one hits Orist. A miss. And a hit. All right. Bum bum bum. Uh, 13 damage, Sveta. I think you're at 15. Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Okay. Miss. And you're shaken,
Who?
Sveta.
Okay. Can
And you're at 12, Orist?
I believe so. Is there any chance that we can have tokens and be able to see where the people are?
I didn't make tokens. I didn't even plan to make a map. I think this map is small. You're going to be like the size of rooms on this map.
You figure we'd just be dead. I love that he didn't correct me.
The women are here.
Okay.
I mean, you're fighting in a hallway. So, woman,
Where's the giant slaver at?
behind the women. He's right about here.
Okay, so
And between him and you are 8 women. Warrior women.
like the giant slaver is the box here, and then the smaller box is going to be the warrior women. We'll make them red. Like 1, 2.
Well, I thought about doing that, but we can't move that.
Yeah, I know, but it's hard for me to say. I want warrior 3 that's over there on the right side, and I got nothing to point at. I do my best. I guess I'll just start. Okay, so yes, 12 was mine. Am I shaken?
I don't know yet. I haven't rolled.
Okay.
You're shaken?
Okay.
You're okay. So 1 hit you and you're shaken.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to soak that or not.
Am I being hit a second time?
You're being hit 3 times.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll use 1 to soak 5.
Okay, so you're not shaken. A second one hits you and you're shaken. And the third one doesn't get through your armor.
Okay. I can't for some reason now move the bennies.
I'll
I did
steal
it
it.
before. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't.
Let it go. Let it go.
I like Roll20, but there's things about it that, when we started playing, when I would move the card off the deck and drop it on the map, and then I could delete it off the map. And then one day I logged in and I can no longer see them after I drop them on the map. And the only way for me to get it off the deck after I deal it to the top of the deck is to pull it off and drop it somewhere. So, I mean, I like Roll20, but it certainly does have room for improvement.
Yes.
Okay, where are we? Z-Teach.
Oh no, my turn.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
sir.
moved.
You are correct. You are correct.
So I will attempt to roll a spirit roll or unshake myself. Hey, I succeeded.
You are no longer shaken, just
So,
stirred.
Yep, and I feel stirring as I shoot the first woman on the right side.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go down the line here.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Just steal another Benny from me, please. Let it go. There we go. And then... Does a 5 hit?
No. You hit her, but as you see, as the bolt gets close to her, there's kind of some shimmering mystic field around her, and it veers off around her.
Okay. Then I'll shoot the second time
Okay.
to see if I can confirm that. Does a 9 hit?
You hit her.
Okay.
You do not have a raise for an extra d6. You do not.
Okay. 29 damage. There's no armor
The
piercing
bolt.
on that.
Now, it's the same girl, so the one on the right, right?
Correct. The
Okay,
first
so
one
you
on the
hit.
right.
You see the bolt hit, and there's like this, lack of a better word, it's some kind of force field.
Mm-hmm.
But your round just pierces right through it, and just blows out her middle section, and she falls dead.
Okay. That is my turn.
Z-Teach.
Okay. I had an idea, but I'm not sure it'll work now. I'm gonna go with deflection.
Okay.
4, 5. Maybe even mass deflection. How did when you sliced them, did it look like they were MDC?
When I shot him,
Yep.
it looked like once I got past the force field, maybe yes. I mean,
Alright,
she folded up and died right after that. She's not still fighting with a giant chunk of.
Oh
her.
no! She folded. She's a
Yeah,
puddle on the
okay.
ground.
Yeah. Okay.
A smoking plasma hole puddle.
Z-Teach is going to greater deflection,
Okay.
and then he's going to burst. Greater burst.
Okay.
In the same round. So each would be a minus.
Is my phone on silent?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, sorry.
-2. Okay, so that's success.
Yep. And so that is a -4 for 5 rounds.
Okay.
And -4 to all attacks for 5 rounds. And then he's going to do a greater burst in a cone down the hole. He'll move so that he is hitting them and not his pupils.
Yeah, that's easy. I mean, you're all
Yeah.
pretty much abreast right at the moment.
And he will roll for that.
Wow. Okay, so you got a raise.
Yep. So that's...
And what are the dimensions of your cone?
So the cone is in a template in the back of the main book, but it doesn't really.
It doesn't say.
Yeah. Come on, don't do this to me. There you are.
I love how John says, "Yeah, there's an opportunity for him to get in a fight tonight, but they're not going to get in a fight."
All right. So a large blast.
When did I
template.
say that?
I'm just saying. You said I didn't think you guys were going to get in a fight here, so I didn't make any tokens or anything. I'm like, we're always in a fight.
No, I just I didn't think there was going to be room for maneuver and such. You're just in a hallway, and everybody's on top of each other. Why did it say 90?
Oh yeah.
Page 90.
He's not freaking out. He just wants to bark. All right. 9 inches long, 3 feet wide at the widest point.
Say that again.
9 inches long, 3 feet wide at its widest point.
Okay, so
And I think an inch is 5 feet.
Right.
I think so.
So 45
I
feet by.
But 15. Because our movement is 6, right? And at 5 feet, that would be 30 feet, which is average for every other.
so 1 inch
game.
is equal to 2 yards.
So 6 feet.
6 feet.
So, it'd be
So 3 inches is 18 feet,
Roughly 18 feet, yeah.
and you said 9
is-
inches,
Yeah.
which is 27 feet. So that's all of them. You got all of them.
Okay. And I'll roll for damage on that.
and does he roll extra because he got a raise or no?
No, so it's 5d6.
Got
It's
it.
5d6 MDC.
Right, and so you'll get an extra d6 for the raise. Okay, so here's
Oh, and an extra D6?
sure.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
These slaves are on fire.
you shoot, Orist, you shoot, and you've seen one body start to fall. You see motion to your left, and then you see a bright light. Sveta, you're got your hammer in one hand and you're rubbing one of your eyes with the other, and you see blurs rushing towards you down the hallway once the door closes, and you're just trying to steel yourself up to just smash at one of the shapes moving towards you.
Okay.
And all of a sudden the hallway just fills yellow and red with flames, and you see this burst of fire travel down the hallway, and when it reaches the wall, it smashes against the wall and then goes down the T. And as as that fireball recedes down the hallway, you see in its wake 8 female burnt bodies writhing on the ground, and you see a slaver who is standing right here, that appears to be stunned, or excuse me, a tentacled crocodile that appears to be stunned. And Sveta,
Seeing the aftermath of this, I will charge towards the slaver, past the crisp, burnt, or I guess the writhing bodies.
yeah, okay, all right,
Can
Go
I
ahead
reach
and-
that? How far is?
you can. You're there.
Okay. And I'll swing with my hammer.
Is he
you
still
hit.
at a minus? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, you do. But he's that they okay. So that's not bonus damage, that's your hero die, right?
I think we just ignore the bonus damage thing.
Yeah, we've always ignored it.
Yeah, okay. So he's kind of, you can tell it's stunned, and you come up and hit him, and you knock a bit of armor off his shoulder, and you can see some blood spatter as you do it.
Well, I'll
Oh,
reel back.
do you get a second hit?
I
How
do.
many times do you attack?
Twice.
Oh, okay.
Twice.
You might want to attack again. That hits.
Jeez.
You take your hammer and come back, and you actually knock the helmet lens thing off his head, and you can see some teeth and blood kind of fly, but
Nice.
he's still standing there.
Nice. And that's
Now
all
I'll
I can
heal.
do.
All players do that. And do you want the 7 or the 8, Mr. Shinkansen?
I'll take the 8 and the point, since Veta got a joker.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, Sveta still isn't done yet, and she's gonna go back for some more.
All right.
Oh.
Is that
wait.
your hit?
Holy crap, that was my hit.
Jeez Louise.
Wow.
There, I was like,
Now-
did I roll damage?
now that the helmet's off, he knows exactly where to strike.
Wow. Yeah, go ahead and roll your damage.
You not only got under his chin, you got up into the carotid artery and then up.
Roll your d6.
Okay. There we go.
So yeah, you you come back with an uppercut, and you actually his jaw and the front of his face you just remove with your hammer, and the slaver falls back.
Nice.
And you're standing in a hallway with charred, mostly not moving now bodies, and a dead slaver.
And that was all completely silent, right?
Um,
It wouldn't matter.
it
Like I
wasn't-
said, they have to be shaken.
Yeah, those guys.
Oh,
actually, um, the only thing that really made a whole lot of noise was your plasma gun.
Okay.
There was whatever a plasma gun sounds like. So there was one bang, and then there were 3 hits with a hammer, and then that was it. And the fire was just kind of a whoosh.
Yeah, I think plasma's a whoosh too.
Okay.
It's not a railgun.
Right.
Bing, 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 bing.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly
Pew
what
pew 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 pew.
I always thought it
When
was
the-
more.
So those were blind warrior women and a Splugorth slaver.
Making us kill blind women.
Daniel's new name, Slave Burner. I'm just thinking it has to be Z-Teach's new moniker. Slave Burner of Atlantis.
I think my next character is going to be Orist's new knight or a squire. Now I'm just going to make it a murder hobo. I learned it from watching you.
I don't kill everything if it'll talk to us, but that didn't seem like it wanted to talk. And even if they did, they couldn't because their throats were burning out.
Yeah. They're blind, then mute.
Yep. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna move down to here and quickly
I'm going
check the
to
tea.
search the bodies for any kind of information, keys, slide cards, life signs.
No life signs, no cards. You see the weapons they had, those little helmets are mostly melted. You see
To their
one
face.
without the helmet, and she doesn't have eyes.
Oh, so she was. I see.
By the way, when you opened the door and stayed on the back side of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Wild Joker, and thanks for the follows and follow and likes. You're a rock star. We'll see you next time.
I have an experiment. Hold on one second. As you guys are watching out down the hallway, Z-Teach is gonna walk back to the hot room, close his eyes with his back facing the room, and open the door.
So you're in the doorway?
I'm in the open doorway facing out, with my eyes closed.
And all that's left is a nuclear shadow of Z-Teach against the far wall.
We knew my character was exiting somehow.
Matter never really dies.
Okay. Now ZT will close the door.
Okay.
That's interesting. I had thought that that was some kind of furnace or window into a plane of fire. But then after seeing the refrigeration room and the spice room, I thought maybe just cooking. Now I believe that it is a font of magic. Perhaps fire magic, but magic all the same.
Is it something you can harness?
So as you say that and the door closes, you can see there are like bits of energy flicking up, like small flames or wisps of smoke from anywhere where Ztish's skin is exposed.
Is his hair sticking straight up, spiky, and glowing by chance?
No,
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
he still has his tail.
I use my infrared goggles. Is his power level over 9,000? Sorry.
Not like
Is this
an
what it's
inferno.
like when worlds collide?
Nice. Okay. Ready.
Okay.
As I chew ice, I am heading down to the T to look left and right.
Okay, you see empty hallways. You see 3 doors to the left.
And again, this is open down here.
The hallway, you see a wall ahead of you, and the hallway turns to the left.
Okay.
So the edges of the map are walls.
Yep, I hear that. So I'm gonna move to actually here and look down the hallway.
For the record, again, this wall on your right is sloping towards you.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So it looks like there is a door there, but the map is still saying, oh, okay, there is a door there. Okay.
Give me a second.
Got it.
Okay. All right. That's what you see.
But the map is still saying that Orloff is here.
ZT's just gonna
Yes.
feel these doors.
You don't feel anything different. However, you hear rustling or a buzzing sound or something in this room.
Okay.
It's Cyber Bees. Don't open the door.
But
Dan,
as long as we can talk to them, they don't have to die, right?
right. Daniel, can you get that 7?
I can't. I tried.
I can't either.
7.
Yeah, there's a 7 card in the spice room.
No. Yeah.
And
I don't even see it.
yeah, we can't grab it, so
No, I don't see it either.
No. It's not blocking my view.
it's not blocking ours either.
I think it's just getting on his nerves.
Yeah, no, it's just like. All right, so I'll move down to this door, and listen to the door.
Okay. You're gonna walk past all these 4 doors. Something that might jump out and be behind you or something. Go straight to that door.
So, well, actually, I have a question. What do these doors look like? What kind of door handles do they have? If they have door handles, are they just push open? there a latching
There's door
mechanism?
handles. They're not a knob. They're a whatever the opposite of a knob. Move it up and down.
Okay.
Whatever you call those kind of door handles.
Are they the same as these 3 over here?
They
Was
are
the spice
exactly
room
the
the
same.
Hey,
They're
sit there.
wood doors. They're of a white wood. They've been painted. They have a decorative strip at the bottom. and that decorative strip is gold on the bottom, with
Huh.
a thin red stripe on the top.
Okay. And that's all of the doors?
And the metal is gold colored.
The middle of the door handles?
Yeah, yeah. And the door handle, is designed for somebody 10 to 12 feet tall. So, I mean, it's easy for you. It's not a problem, but it's a little higher than you're used to
It's at
seeing
like
door
5
handles.
foot, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Sveta,
Yes.
can you reach down to these doorknobs and on the spice room and see if you can melt that doorknob so that
I
it
can.
doesn't open?
On the spice room?
Yep.
I can. Where is my? I think that's just a cast.
So you're going to, what, put your hot hand on the doorknob and melt it off?
Not melt it
Uh,
off. Melt it so that all of the internal mechanisms are frozen or welded together.
I think that would
I think you broke John.
require it.
Well, I'm trying to think about how I'm thinking about metallurgy, actually. I'm thinking about how hot you have to get the inside stuff to basically weld it together. And you're using the handle to transmit that heat. And you're wanting to melt the stuff inside and not the metal outside. And
Oh
I
no, no.
just don't think
You can
science
melt
works.
you can melt the metal outside too, as long as the whole thing is inoperable.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if I can get as much of my hand as close to the door as possible, like the shank of the door handle instead of the actual handle itself. So I'm closer to the innards and see if I can. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if we
Weld it
break
that
off
way?
the handle, then the other handle on the other side would fall off, and they would have to figure out a way to open the door without the handles, right? That's how doorknobs now work. I don't know if that's how doorknobs there work. I was gonna have you test it on the spice room, since all the other rooms seem to have the same thing, and then we could just do that to the other 4 doors. That way it keeps those things alive. We don't have to kill them if we don't need to. They're just doing their job. I'm not Oris.
I agree with this plan. If you can do it.
We were asking you, Sveta.
Yeah. I just tried to roll. I thought John was thinking about whether I could do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm actually looking at pictures on Google of doorknobs.
I know you can get stuck inside a room when that doorknob falls off. When one of these falls off.
Yeah,
I
that
know
happened
that.
to me. That happened to me the other day, actually.
You have to get in there with something
Thank
small.
God I had a screwdriver with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing: this is your game master ruling here.
Okay.
How things work, physics work in this particular world. So you can't get whatever you're touching, right? That you're making your hand hot, and you're going to send heat from your hand into things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll come up with a couple things here, and I'll give you my ruling after I talk out loud for a minute. And go ahead and interrupt me if you want to. Anyway, the hottest point is wherever your hand is touching, right? And the farther away from your hand, the cooler or the less heat is going to be there. Okay? So the first thing, and I'm not saying this is what you said, but you can't melt the innards and not melt the outside knob. Now I know
Okay.
you corrected that already. I gotcha.
Mhm.
But the other thought I have is I don't think we ever discussed you using your hands. I only bring this up because we're setting precedents. I don't
Yeah.
think we ever discussed you using your hands as a weapon. Heating your hands
Right.
up and actually using them as a weapon.
Right.
Um, I believe at one point you have started, and I think that's how you were starting your lantern. I think you were starting fires with your hands.
Yes.
So we did set that precedence just a little bit. And again, I'm still thinking out loud. Um, so I really don't want to set the precedence that your hands are these molten lava weapon things.
Yeah.
So there's a level between starting a fire and melting a chunk of metal. And this is probably 2 or 3 times the size of a normal knob. Um, and
Name your tape.
Mm.
um, with what you rolled, you didn't melt it. Because every time you've made things in sculpted metal, you've used your golden hammers. Right?
Right.
Um,
With the yeah.
You're good. It was worth a try.
Yeah.
So now we have to kill them all.
And
That's what I
I'm
heard.
just wondering if there's like I have my create steel spell, which would be like melting and refining a metal into a higher quality metal or whatever.
right, but you need a forge and you need your golden hammers for that.
Do I? Okay. I thought that was just me
No.
chanting things.
No. That's using your hammers of forge. You're a blacksmith, not a wizard.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know if there was a way that I could do that, like, modify metal without using weapon hands. Kind of.
No. You're everything you do. The symbology that goes into your entire character is blacksmith.
Yeah.
Right. So you do amazing things. You make things in hours that it takes a guy a week to make. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's because you have 3 hands, one of them being invisible. You have 3 golden, divinely inspired hammers, and you're just better than any other blacksmith on the planet. But it's
That's
still
fair.
being a blacksmith.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
So now we have to kill them all. That's what I heard. No talking.
Do you want to look in the first door? You don't have to. You can skip these doors.
Yeah,
It's up to you.
I was planning on skipping them and going straight to Orlov. But
I mean, it's not like I, went to all the trouble and created them. And...
well, that's why I'm saying we know that's the real reason that we can't weld them shut, because you went to all the trouble to make.
No,
monsters and
honestly,
stuff.
you can't weld them shut, because I was thinking of the consequences of me allowing that to work.
I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
I mean, think that through.
No, I know.
Right?
I know.
That I was like, oh my gosh, that means that she has lava hands for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'd be like, Z-Teach, I'm shaking my head literally in character. Z-Teach, do you want to open every door?
I'll let you guys talk about it. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
These walls are made of stone? Cement?
Stone.
And
I'll be right back.
The doors are made of wood.
Yep.
I could just NDC burst into every room.
That's true, and there have not been. I mean, I don't. My
I
point.
prefer that giving them the option of not dying a horrible death,
The
which
problem.
so far even the blind have not been able to do.
The problem.
You both Z-Teach is frustrated, angry with himself mostly, and you can see there's a weary sadness like welling up.
I put my hand on his shoulder and I say, none of us knew they were blind. And secondly, they attacked first. They did not attempt to talk to us. They did not attempt to make peace. They attacked us. And my fear is if we open these doors and there are people behind them and we give them that choice and they take it, they will walk 10 feet and then scream their heads off, notifying everyone else in the pyramid that we are here and what we're trying to do. I almost think it's better if we can get to Orloff, not trip any alarms, and take out our quarry with no one being the wiser. Is there
back?
Is there a way that you can make this corridor completely silent, no matter what we do?
No, I've heard of that magic. I do not possess it. It's outside my realm.
Well, then what good are you? I'm just kidding.
Your armor's NBC, right?
Yes,
But if I pump up a burst so that it's armor piercing 6,
wouldn't be enough.
no?
Well, I mean, it depends how much damage you roll.
So wait till you're sleeping. Got it.
I sleep in the armor.
Yeah, I just open the faceplate and cook you from the face down.
Yeah. I mean, you do that, and then Sveta takes off my boots and uses her metal molten hands on my feet, and it'll totally get done.
It'd be like that torture, the ancient Roman torture where they put the guy in the bull and cooked the bull, the metal bull.
So
Okay.
that's my thought. I do not
So-
want to shed more blood if it's not necessary.
While I understand how you're feeling, I think that we need to, if it is something that has the option to not fight, we need to give it that option. Because my fear is we'll get to that last room and it'll force their hand.
I will defer to your wisdom.
So Z-Teach will move to door number 1.
Okay.
And he will...
Hello, my name is Zitich Montoya.
Do you open the door?
He'll knock quietly, actually, and then open the door.
Okay, no response to the knock.
Okay. Oh, God.
In the room, you see, for lack of a better term, Bacta tanks. And there's dozens and dozens of them.
Oh my god!
And
the
these are just,
horrors.
all full of different horrors, all kind of like living biological things.
What is this?
That looks
you
like a
see-
fairy in a tank.
It's a fairy in a jar. You see along the right wall on a shelf, you see 4 or 5 of them.
Are they dead?
No.
Is it filled with... They're not? So the rest of them are like these strange, like, bugs and experiments and everything. But
yeah,
these...
now the thing that looks like a whip
Is a
is
worm?
in the Bacta tank by itself, and it's the only thing that seems to have responded to you opening the door, and it is actively trying to get through the glass at you.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's doing this.
Yes, it is.
Freaking toothy tapeworm.
Yes.
Is it breaking the glass at all?
No.
Okay.
From behind you, Orist raises his hand in greeting, to the back to tanks and says, "Would any of you like to live?"
There's no response.
I'm going to walk up to one of the ferry tanks,
Okay.
and I'm going to tap it slightly on the side near its head to try to get it to wake up.
Please be a zombie fairy. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I want to happen. Nightmare fodder. Zombies that can fly. You start the zombie plague by letting one go.
The tooth fairy, and they will like eat all the calcium out of your entire body.
Zeech looks back at you with a shocked look on his face, as if he's offended more than you've seen him offended his entire time with you. Like he just saw something perverse. And he
Wait,
will...
is the fairy alive? Did it respond?
I don't know.
It weakly, did look up at him.
Okay. Zeech is going to take one of the bottles and look at the lid. And
Okay,
see if
it's a metal lid, and
Like
you see exactly like that. It's a metal lid that seems screwed onto the glass jar, and it's a gold colored metal, and it actually does seem to have like a positive and negative leads coming out the top.
Wait. I say to Zeteach, wait. It looks like it has electricity running into it.
I know, but it's... I have a feeling I know what's happening with it. Now, out of character, this is messed up, John. I know this isn't 100% you, but this is messed up.
What gave it away? The guy with the trunk coming out of his chest?
That's not even the thing that I think is the most messed up. Zeteach will start to unscrew the cap and see if he gets electrocuted or it blows up like a grenade or whatever.
No.
Okay.
No.
I can't help the dude with a flank steak on his head, or the one that ate too much Miracle Grow, or the guy that's making love to a fish,
I think it's a seal.
or Quaid. No, Watto. Or Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's definitely Spider-Man. I mean, we could put that thing on Sveta, but then she'd only get more jacked and bigger. Well,
So
if you're starting to undo
the armor
lid.
plate thing seems to move, and not as if the person it's on is moving.
Yeah,
it seems like the armor is alive on top of this person.
It's a symbiote.
If Z teaches undoing
Did that make sense?
Yep.
the first fairy, then I'm handing a jar to Sveta and I'm grabbing a second one and also untwisting the cap.
Unscrew them quickly. It might be hazardous to you.
Okay.
And you can see the wisps that are coming off of Zeteach have increased as he's unscrewing this as quickly as possible. He was slowly unscrewing it, and then something happened, and he started to a lot faster to try to get it open.
Okay.
So
So the fairy kind of stands up. You can see they're very weak, and tries to pull herself out of the jar, but isn't able.
1 second.
I'll put my finger down into the jar so it can grab on,
It does.
and then pull it up and
Okay.
out and put it down on the ground
Okay.
in case it can't fly yet.
Yeah, it couldn't. It kind of just sits there for a minute, and it.
Are you okay?
You can tell they've all been weeping.
So, I think you said there were 4.
I thought
Yeah,
so.
4.
Oh, okay. I'll get after I get the one out, then
Yeah.
I'll go for the other one.
So as
No.
I'll collect the four together, and I'll
Okay.
say, which is in the language of the fairy folk, if they speak the same language. I have a place I can take you far away from here that will be safe for your kind if you want it.
One looks up at you and
Fairy speak isn't fucking creepy at all. Oh, the language isn't creepy at all. It's my own show. That's fantastic.
They speak in whispers. He will open up his robe, like the side of his robe where you can see his shirt, and
Right.
he'll scoop them slowly and then put them into an area of his robe further along his back so that they're protected from the front.
okay.
And he'll look around to see if there's anybody else in here he can help. Once again, get frightened by the fluke worm, and he'll slowly back up, apologizing. Should we
When
do
when
something?
you open your robe like that, all I can think of is, "Come closer, man, so that you may know me better."
Nice. Any Muppet reference is a good reference.
Stop doing that, man. I don't want to know you better.
And I need to type. Where's my typing?
Hi, Chris. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for checking us out. And there he goes.
This is great for the viewers.
The answer is yes.
We'll look. Zeke says back. There are more, and I think they might be in these other rooms.
Oh.
Should we do something for these people?
There are dozens and dozens of all kinds of things.
How let me see. Can you go back and show me how big this room is?
I can.
And is there
After I
anything
draw.
technological, like a giant red button that says kill?
No.
Wow, and you yell at
And
me.
end all experiments so that Urus can kill all of them easier.
No. Horace doesn't want to kill anyone.
He doesn't want to, but he does a lot.
We want to kill things, Master.
Aw.
Oh. God damn it.
Come and know me better, man.
Because every time he says that in the Muppet one, I expect to see the creepy kids from the other one under his robes, but it never happens.
Come with me.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
now you've got fairies in your robe, and it reminds me of the creepy kids. Chris has no idea what we're talking about. No,
I'm not sure I do either, unless you're talking about the Muppet.
Christmas Carol. Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
remember.
Ghost
yeah.
of Christmas Past.
Yeah,
is just,
okay. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Present. But in
No,
one of
the one from the past is the ghost, the child ghost.
oh yeah, but I'm talking about the
ghost.
the big one that
But
is Christmas present. Come
but you always but you thought he opened his robe and what would come out?
No, so in the non-Muppet version, one of them, there's one where the Ghost of Christmas Present opens his robes, and there's two gaunt, horrifying children underneath there, which represents ignorance and
Oh, see, I hadn't seen that.
yeah, and it's super creepy. And so even when I watch the Muppet Christmas Carol one, I think about that under his robes. And
Okay, I totally missed that.
Yeah.
We don't need specifics, John. It's just I don't know what I should do at this point.
None of them none of them seem they're floating unconscious or dead,
Okay.
covered in all kinds of manners of biological things. The things on the people don't seem dead.
Frick. So there's a chance that even if I set the room on fire, it would just release these things
Yes.
So I'm
to
saying.
find new hosts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna say I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, and then we're gonna leave.
Okay.
I love how this is playing out. Orist is like, don't open any of these doors, man. And then Daniel's like, we need to open the doors and give them a choice. Opens door.
Finds
Oh,
horrors.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, all of you. Closes door. Click.
Learned my lesson. I will not open any more doors.
I don't
opens
know.
the next door.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Yep.
I have to find the others.
Yeah, well, we have to now.
Yep.
It's a side quest. Free the jar fairies.
So you see these are very large rooms. You see a large room, and you can decide how to interpret this for your characters, but it looks like a server farm. Okay, so there's tall columns of computer equipment and stuff. However, the twist is that there are hundreds on here. I'll draw it this way. Let's do it that way.
So I've seen something like this before, and Una told me what it was in my terms.
So that green wall is an entire wall full of hundreds and hundreds of jar fairies that seems to be a battery backup for all of these servers. Now, in addition, is at random places wired in jars attached to every single server column. You remember the will-o-wisp that almost killed you in the woods?
Yep.
Yes.
Every server has one or two of those wired into it. So again, there's probably 30 or 40 of those in the room.
Okay, remind me what those were.
The will-o-wisp, it's a
Yeah.
ball of light that chased you out of the woods when you
That
probably
tried to
are.
kill us.
So do you think that and it looks like that's a defense or a defense system, or that's also being drained?
It looks like it's also being drained.
Okay, I'm
It
going
looks
to.
like it's powering the server farm.
I'm gonna bring out the 4,
Okay.
and they still look super frail and tired, right?
Little better.
Okay. So I am going to look at Shinkansen and Sveta and say, "Give me a moment," and I'm gonna sit on the floor and get into a meditative state with them kind of sitting on my lap, and I'm going to attempt to transfer essence to them, or power points to them.
Okay.
Since I'm overbrimming right now, I'm going
Right.
to try to give them a little bit back, since they are creatures of magic, and I'm going to see if that's even possible from the GM.
Okay. So, Orist and Sveta, you see, Zetich sit on the floor, and he's holding the 4 in his 2 in each hand, and you see him go into his meditative state, and you see this energy kind of come out of his hands and swirl. There's 4 swirls around the 4 berries, and at first you see when he's first holding them, they're having troubles even sitting up. They're kind of holding each other, and eventually you can see them kind of stiffen in a good way, right? And after about 15 minutes, they're standing in his hands, and then they explode off his hands in movement, not in boom, and flit over to the wall, and they're knocking on jars, and they're over next to all the jar fairies.
Okay, so that was going to be what I was going to have them do. Essentially, I was going to see if they were powerful enough to open the jars, and then I was going to tell them, we'll be back, but take care of your people, in Fey language. And then I was going to say, okay, they've got this.
They can't seem to get the jars open.
Of course not. I'm going to set the frick. And there's like 40 of them in here? Like 40 of the hundreds.
There's probably at least there's 250 to 300 jars.
Whoa.
It would take you an hour and a half to open every jar.
Yeah. Yeah. And the jars are on shelves?
Yes. Yes. Some of the shelves are taller than you.
What if we did the twist off challenge with my swords?
Is that this?
Pretty much. I mean, it'd be a matter of slicing through the tops as opposed to unscrewing them.
Well, it was 90 minutes for one of you, 20 minutes, all three of you could get through it.
How long are they out?
How long is what out?
Oh, I'm doing prayers. Hold on. Sorry. 1 second.
Hey, let's take a 2-minute break.
Let's
Sounds
take
good.
a 2-minute break. The 2-minute break will only happen for people on Twitch. So the rest of you, welcome. And stay a while and listen. Let me quickly set intermission. I'm going to grab a drink. We'll be right back.
I think everybody just slept.
I'm back.
I am too. I think they're still out. Okay, so I had a question for you. This wall of draining, is this a long-term project or a short-term project? Like, if I give it 2 hours, are they going to be dead?
Oh,
If I come back to these fairies, does Zekeech think that they will have died by the time he gets back?
no, he doesn't think that.
Okay. And how are the will-o'-the-wisps connected in?
They're each tower, each tower seems to be powered by a seems to be powered by the will-o'-the-wisp. The fairies seem to be a battery backup.
So they're the ups.
They're the ups.
Okay.
Right. So they're not currently being drawn from.
Zekeech is gonna free a will-o'-the-wisp. Or attempt to.
Just a second.
Yeah. Cozy?
Yeah.
Okay. Remember that night you wandered into the woods and you were
Yeah.
like, oh, beautiful lights, and then you barely got out with your life?
Do I feel... Okay. Alright, so here's a question for you. Cats are in... small dogs are in cages. Okay?
Yes.
I go to somebody's house, somebody who abuses them or whatever, they're in cages. I'm gonna open up the cages. They might bite me, but for the most part, they're gonna be like, curled up and like, please don't hit me, blah blah blah. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I am freeing the small chihuahuas that have been starved, so that they can come out of their cages. That's the fairies. Do I feel like these will-o'-the-wisps are hungry wolves?
Oh no. Where's my thing?
They
Like-
are tiny.
Like they'll attack me if I freeze them?
I'm answering.
Okay.
They are tiny balls of pure evil energy.
Oh. Okay. Okay. The frog asked the scorpion, "Why did you stab me? It's my nature." I gotcha.
Yeah, the funny part about this is you guys have been talking with Japanese flute underneath you the entire time. Because I went to intermission and I have Japanese flute solo going in the background.
Oh, but they can hear it. But it can still hear us.
Yeah, they can still hear you. Yeah. So let me get back to
Japanese flute with pure, unadulterated
yes,
evil.
exactly. That's why I was laughing because the.
Okay, well then, as Zekeech approaches one of these balls of light, thinking it might be a different situation because they are enslaved, he will slowly back away. I think I'm going to leave these my four musketeers, here to see if there's something they can figure out for the rest of the populace here. And we'll come back when we're done.
What's up, Blacksmith? Good to see you.
I can't hear you, Mark.
I know I was actually talking
Okay.
to viewers. Sorry.
Okay. So what I would ask you two
Good to see you, man. Thanks
is
for joining us
if
tonight.
I don't
Hope
survive
you're doing well.
this fight, if I don't survive taking down Orloff, come back here and free them, please. Have the Utani send them to my home, now that you have the coordinates.
I will
We will.
do such thing, but we don't need to worry about it because that's not going to happen. You're going to survive and do it yourself, and I will
certainly
help you.
hope so. Do you is that all right with you? I say to the 4 small, minuscule, emaciated fairies.
Is there something I can do to help them gain strength so that maybe the 4 of them can open one lid at a time while we're gone?
I have done what I can for them right now. They're going to need time with nature to fully gain back their strength. But I'm hoping that they will be able to figure something out. And Zteach will deeply bow to the 4, and he'll turn and say, next door. And he'll move to the next door.
Okay.
And here's a whole bunch of orphan children.
Did you see the picture I sent you?
Yes. That have been seen to you by some Cenobites.
It's a bunch of orphan children and a third backup, which is a steam engine that runs off their tears.
I'm sensing John was in a dark place when he designed this particular encounter.
It's the home of the Splugorth. It's Rifts.
Right. It's always like that, guys. Always. Really. It is.
Just as an aside, it is kind of interesting. I think that when one game masters and tells, certainly you have the people who run games as if it's just combat simulators.
Right.
But I think people who run games that are storytellers, I think there is a little bit when you're doing that you not only tell about the world and your story and everything else, but I do think you tell a little bit about yourself when you're telling the stories.
Yeah, and what are you
interpret as you
saying
will.
right now?
So this room.
I mean, I like blank slave girls parts. I'm just
Having
trying to figure out
that, this room is full of glass containers. Now they're pickle jar size all the way to refrigerator size and maybe even bigger. Are glass containers that seem to have some kind of filters on the top, and there are millions of insects in this room, all in these containers. And that was the humming, the buzzing, that clicking that you heard when you listened through the door.
Nope. Closing the door.
He's going to go up and put his hand on one of the large glass containers.
Okay. A whole swarm of these things that look like hand-sized mosquitoes crossed with bats fly up against the glass where your hand is and try to poke your hand with their proboscis.
Okay, that answers my question, and I will walk back out.
Yeah.
It's like the aquarium. I used to work for a couple of years. I worked at the aquarium for a summer, the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and their big giant window, it says, "Don't use flashes. Don't use flashlights." Well, they occasionally at the aquarium have like Girl Scout nights, Boy Scout nights, where they get to stay in that room overnight, which is pretty cool. I was told a story about why they say no flashlights, no laser pointers, no flashes, and that's because the tuna that are in that giant tank can go upwards of 30 miles an hour to try to eat the reflection of the flashlight off of that glass or laser pointer. And when a tuna going 30 to 35 miles an hour hits a piece of plexiglass that's 9 inches thick, it explodes. And then becomes food for the other animals in this giant tank.
Wow.
That's how I picture these mosquitoes.
No,
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Alrighty.
Mosquito bats.
Mosquito bats. Yeah.
Mosquito bats. Yeah, let's.
Bat-skeetos.
Bat-skeetos. Wow. All right. So where are we off to, gentlemen? We're just
Sounds
gonna
like something in the
big
utility
nope
belt.
on the bug room.
Yeah, big.
Was
Yeah,
there, is it,
no.
other than the big tanks, is there anything that might label like what they're doing with these things? I assume this was okay. I assume this is where the spiders came from originally. They were bred here or designed here. But yeah, he'll move. ZT will say okay, yeah, nope, and he'll move with the group to the store. But as we are getting closer to the ore store, before he opens it, he's gonna listen at the crack.
Nothing.
Nothing. And he's gonna peek inside.
Robot parts.
Damn it.
Arms, heads, eyes, legs, torsos, gears, wires.
So, for example, something that might have easily replaced the leg.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Z-Teach. Can you animate these parts to move together like a man and walk into the next room?
I'm not even sure what I have done in my past to make you believe I had that power.
I have no idea. I just ask questions at this point.
I mean, I suppose I could, but they would not be lifelike. They would essentially be marionettes, like a marionette of a.
Are you a good marionette artist?
I've never tried, so no.
Well, then
all I
why
say,
don't
I have a vision of Mickey Mouse and brooms. That's all I can see.
Yeah.
then why don't we go with the plan where you turn invisible, teleport in, see what you see, and then come back from this side of the wall, since the map says Orloff is right there.
Okay. I can try that. So Z-Teach will turn invisible. And he will teleport. -2, still has a raise. It's -2 because I haven't seen the inside of that room.
Okay. So that's still a raise.
Yep.
Okay.
So 6 points.
Let's do this. All right. So when you arrive in the room, if someone could see you arrive, because you're invisible, I get that.
Right.
But if you weren't, just so I can describe what's happening to you,
Okay.
you would appear to kind of just instantly show up in the room.
Okay.
And if you're drawing yourself, you can't be there.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm trying to say is I'm going to tell you what happens to you, but it happens so quick that somebody else wouldn't see it. But because you're the wizard, the ley line walker, the guy with the power, you know that it's happening.
Okay.
It takes you a while to arrive.
Oh.
And not because of distance or magical resistance. It takes you a while to find a place. Move yourself next to the door.
Oh.
It takes you a while to find a place that isn't full of something.
Oh.
And the place that you kind of arrive at, because started to try to make yourself come next to that wall, and then you moved over and you shifted, and finally you arrived where you are. And the whole room is full of wires and cables, and there's it's some they may be electrical, and some seem to be some kind of blood or fluid or something, and hydraulic fluid, and all of them converge on that red table where Orloff is laying on the table. And so it's hard. It would be hard for you to walk through the room. You would have to duck and move, and because of all of these cables, he's attached to literally hundreds and hundreds of wires, cables, tubes, plumbing, you name it. Next
Okay.
to him are two humanoids in white coats. They are mostly humanoid. They look humanish. They're bald. They have two spiked ridges across the top of their head. They have no eyelids. And their mouths are just slits. Instead of a nose, they have just two vertical slits. Mostly. And they seem to be working on him, and he's still missing a leg. And he's got oxygen attached to his face. And standing where you first started to stand is No Face.
No face.
I will show you.
Okay.
Oh, the big.
Oh, crap.
Z teaches, like, as he looks directly ahead, this is going to be easy. As he looks to the left, oh, crap.
Is that a cyborg or a mech?
How do you tell?
He doesn't have a face. You can't tell.
It
Does he
could
have
just
a
be a
hatch?
brain in a jar.
Does he have a hatch like a tank?
Not that you can see.
Okay, he has a butt hatch. Got it. Frick. Okay. And then Z-Teach will teleport back.
Boop.
Or attempt to teleport back.
Yeah, yeah. Roll your die.
I gotta roll.
You're fine.
Yep.
What'd you see?
Orloff is currently being repaired. He is on a table near the middle back of the room. The table is red, but I don't know if that means anything. There are tubes bringing all kinds of fluids to and from him. He's still missing a leg. There are two vampire-looking people with no noses standing over him in white lab coats that look like they're scientists. My guess would be that they're scientists, but I'm not sure what they're doing because I'm not a doctor. And then there's a giant robot with no head standing next to the side. Have we seen something like that before?
Yeah, we fought him.
Yeah,
Okay.
we fought him.
The thing that we fought before is standing next to him, essentially.
Yeah, you were there for that, Z-Teach. You remember this is the guy that picked up Orloff and ran through the portal.
Oh, right. So he is standing here-ish. As I draw, like, what the room looks like. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. I think it's going to be hard to move around in there, but Orloff is currently laying on the table.
So let me ask you this. If we open that door and I shoot at Orloff's head, would that be the fastest way?
I'm not sure you're going to be able to. From the angle of the door and the table and the people standing there. You can try. You can absolutely try. I mean, we could hit this as a pronged attack. I could teleport above, like, to standing on top of him on the table and just fire burst down. The problem is he's still in that armored shell.
Well, that's why I'm thinking about attacking his face. Because that was not armored, correct, John?
His face is not armored. However, Z-Teach is going to explain to you that he couldn't see his face because there was stuff on top of it that seemed to be feeding him, giving him oxygen.
Sorry, that's what I was trying to
Such.
imply by the
I
fact
see.
that I didn't think you'd be able to take the shot.
I see. Question. Can you make me invisible?
One moment.
Let me consult this spell book.
I thought I had made all of us invisible. It was just
You've turned me invisible
expensive.
before.
Yeah, you have.
It was just really expensive.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's like
I'm pretty sure you showed me the magic words to make it happen. I just had to say Ola, Tagu, Siam over and over again, and then I could turn invisible.
I think you have to say it over and over.
No, that's what you said. I had to say that. And then it happened.
Yeah, I can.
I mean,
Greater invisibility.
now, does that dampen sound also?
No.
Ye-
There is one that can. So overall, what it does is it's a penalty to people's notice checks to notice, like the blur, like the predator blur.
Right.
However, if I wanted to blow my wad, as it were, there is a true invisibility I have not done yet, and it applies to all senses, including mystical, technological, and greatly enhanced ones.
What book are you looking in?
This is Rifts, the Tomorrow Legion Player's Guide
Right.
for true invisibility.
I don't know, John. I don't think I can do this.
Morale-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering when we were going to have that conversation.
Yeah, he's an unarmed, incapacitated opponent. There's things that make me pause. In that there is gray matter for Ronin. In that they are the execution of the law. And he has been deemed to die anyways, but the problem is that he cannot defend himself. He's not on his feet, and he can't commit seppuku. So yeah, I think I have to.
So you're sitting in the keep with your daimyo,
Right.
and a wounded opponent is brought in tied, maybe even unconscious, to the daimyo.
Right.
And the daimyo declares that his crimes are sufficient that he should be put to death.
But my understanding of that situation is that the daimyo would care for him until he was able and sufficient to at least hold a weapon in his own defense.
Okay.
So
Is there a circumstance where a crime is so great that they don't get the honor of their own self-defense?
So generally, in those situations, again, this is to my understanding, and I'm a white guy who's a nerd for Japanese history. I'm not a Japanese professor or anything along those lines of history.
Did they ever hang people or
No? They basically they were given, if it was so bad, they could save face and redeem their name by committing seppuku.
Now let's hesitate here a second, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the things we know about Japanese history is it was classes,
Right.
right?
Right.
So if we were talking about peasants would just be killed regardless, and there wasn't honor or dishonor or anything because it was just a peasant.
Correct.
And you would just off him and it's not a big deal.
Right.
And then there's the samurai class, and I think the rules you're applying right now are to the samurai class.
That is probably correct, yes.
And so the question is, are you mentally saying that you're including him in the samurai class? And are you doing that because even though you don't like him, he's evil, whatever, he is a ruler and you're putting him into that class because he's the ruling class?
Correct.
Okay. Just making sure I'm understanding the logic here.
So, because of that, I would have to say to Zteach and Sveta, I think, I can interact with No Face and try and keep him busy. But with Orloff capacitated, my honor will not allow me to attack him while he is incapacitated.
Well, let me complicate this further.
Yeah.
Is your honor going to are you going to be able to stand in a room and let somebody else off him? Is that honorable?
Mm.
I want to say yes, but I need to research.
Google?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to look up this invisibility thing if I can find spells at this point.
128/130.
I got it. Okay. There we go. All right. Oh.
By the way, Spencer
under
Henderson, or Spencer,
There it is.
Spencer
Okay.
Henderson, thanks for becoming a fan. Thanks for watching, and of course, thanks for the likes. You're a rock star. Appreciate it.
Like, you have to be on the actual search for a person with invisibility or have a
Right.
reason.
Well, I was looking, it says unless he takes actions that arouse suspicion. So, like, if you pick up a potted plant and the potted plant is floating through the room, that would make you wonder.
Yeah.
Or attack someone. But yeah, all senses including, because I was wondering, yeah, okay. So because this says it this way, my thought is that the actual invisibility is just sight.
And go to page 150.
Because are you taking that out of the main rule book?
Yeah.
I mean, if this one says it's like invisibility except this other stuff, then that tells me that the regular one doesn't have that. And I found it. Now where are spells? There we go. Found it.
Yeah. Anything that requires sight. Any action taken against them that requires sight is made at a -4 or a -6 with a raise. The same penalty applies to notice rolls to detect the unseen presence.
So I'm going to interpret that as visible light.
I mean, you could. The only reason that I would argue that is the amount of power points it uses.
Okay. Fair enough.
because it is one of my, I think it is my most expensive spell.
Wow.
Invisibility. Telekinesis is right up there, which allows me to have a strength of D12 or D10/D12 with the raise, up to 24 inches away. Yeah. So I mean, that would be my only thing, but it doesn't say otherwise. It definitely doesn't say anything about thermal vision or anything like that. So if no head, no face is on thermal 100% of the time, then he probably saw me teleport in and teleport out. Or no, he has to make a notice roll to see if he noticed me teleporting in or out. No, he doesn't, because what you're saying is thermal would have picked me up anyway. Right? Because technically, what you're saying with invisibility is with this one, I have the predator's invisibility. So if they're using a different type of sight or a different type of vision, that would still be visible. Like the predator. Or like people trying to find the predator. Which I totally understand. And I totally agree with.
You know, we're doing something ridiculous and amazing at the same time here, in that we're actually trying to apply Bushido code to a role playing game set in a different time period than the actual Bushido. Because the problem is that these are all heathens, right? It's like none of these people, no one I encounter in this land understands the way of the bow and horse, practices it, or understands their place in the world. So, yes. With that being said, there would be no expectation on my part, I don't think, for that person, for any other person, any combatant, to be expected to understand their obligations and honor systems that they should be following.
Right, but it's about you, not about them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's about me, not them.
And so it's you. Obviously, Oris is a, he's not a robot. He's a thinking. Yes, exactly. Nobody in Ukraine that you run across in this post-apocalyptic world is going to be following or even know what the heck Bushido is.
Right.
So you follow it as your own internal code.
Yeah, the problem is then it becomes, what interpretation of the Bushido are we talking about? Right? Is it the that you do not lie, you do not be insincere, you do not be obsequious or superficial, do not be rude, do not be boastful, do not be arrogant or slander? That's one interpretation. Then the other interpretation is that it is purely combat fighting skills and there's no morality applied to it. Now, that's obviously not what I inferred when taking the disadvantage, obviously, anyways. So I don't think that's the interpretation here. But then the question is...
So I think it's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think we do have to look at historical examples. There's things you go back and before battles, a battle could take 2 hours to start because the samurais on each side would walk out front like you do and introduce, hello, I am Oris, I am da da da, and I killed this guy and I did this, and give his 15-minute how tough he is introduction, and which, oh, by the way, is why firearms were outlawed by the samurai.
Right.
which is one of my favorite samurai stories, is a guy stepped in front of his army and started to give his introduction. And the funny thing about firearms is, in order to get into position to shoot one, you know your elbow is out when you hold, which are rude positions culturally. So the only person who had put themselves in a position, their body shape, in order to shoot a weapon were peasants. And when the samurai stepped forward to give his thing, the peasant shot and killed him. And samurai on both sides said, "Oops, nope, nope," and they actually locked up. They continued to make rifles, but they locked them up. They wanted to make sure, they were afraid of the outside world, so they made sure they still knew how to make them and made sure that they had them, but they locked them up for 300 years. So they could continue to be feudal samurai, because they were like, "Oh, nope, we can't have that happening."
So the short answer is I don't have a cut and dry answer. And the reason I'm bringing this up is like I know what my responsibilities are, but Sveta and Z-Teach are barbarians. And they do not know the way of the Bushido. And if they do barbaric things, the question becomes,
If you hang out with barbarians and they're always doing barbaric things and you do nothing about it, doesn't that also make you a barbarian?
yeah, I think the answer here is something in between. I think, and this is what I'm saying in character, I think what we need to do is defeat No Face and take Orloff, and take Orloff back to stand trial.
With who? With who as judge and jury?
With
Under your code, wouldn't that be his peers? And who then are his peers? You have taught me something about this world. There is no justice in this world, except that which you make. And Z-Teach teleports away. Z-Teach goes invisible, then teleports away.
Well, the teleport was successful, unless no,
Haven't
no,
rolled
you haven't
anything
rolled
yet.
again. Okay, all right,
True invisibility.
okay.
And then teleportation.
Ow.
I'm standing on Orloff. And then AP6 Greater Bolt Onslaught. Rate of fire 2.
Okay, just a second.
I know I'm not going to get there in time, but I'm running out the door to make a U-turn to go in.
I will follow, but
Did you know I could do that?
Do a.
I could manually
Oh.
edit the cards.
Huh, I didn't know that.
All right, so
So this is my first time using a rate of fire 2.
okay, so now here's the thing.
Yep.
In a way, you want to do 3 actions.
Right.
You want to go invisible, cast invisibility. You want to teleport, and then you're casting bolt.
Oh, I would have spent a Benny on the invisibility check.
You need to cast a Benny on it.
I
No,
need
he-
to do a Benny on it. Because I'm doing a multiple action. And that while that is a pass, it would not have been a pass enough without a Benny.
Okay, so you're going to re-roll that.
Yeah.
Did you spin the Benny? Oh, there it
I
is.
just dropped it. unless this teaches me. Come on. Oh wait, hold on. I learned. There you go. There you go. Okay. Invisibility of 21 -4. Teleport of 34 -4. And then the blast will be also -4. Once you tell me that's okay.
Yeah. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I was waiting
Okay.
patiently.
And I'll Benny that.
When you attack, does that dispel your invisibility?
Nope.
Nope.
Son of a gun. So how does Rate of Fire 2 work?
You get 2 shots.
Okay.
With your spell? Are you needing a raise because the 6s are successful?
He's
Oh, are
minus
they?
4. He's minus 4.
Yeah, I'm -4. Yeah.
That's right.
This is the lowest I have ever rolled.
And that's because you're making a morally poor decision.
Karma is not on your
See?
side.
No joke. They're all
Wow.
misses. Holy crap. All right, well that's yeah, that's me.
Describe to me how you tried to cast a spell. Like with the fire, you pulled some charcoal out and you blew it.
So I'm
describe to
standing.
me what you did.
I drop onto the table, still like true invisibility. I am now standing over Orloff. I'm attempting to pull fire from elsewhere through the rage I'm feeling down into my hands and into Orloff, and it's just not coming. The magic is gone.
So when you try to pull, and somehow all these wires, as you tried to pull it down, you felt like it got sucked up through these wires and didn't manifest itself. So something in that cabling seemed to have protected him.
That's me.
But you're not visible.
Yep.
So
And other than me standing on the table, I haven't made any sound.
right. So
But I'm at 0 power points. Like literally, that was all of my power points, and all of my
Wow.
bennies.
Well, that doesn't make sense. How did that happen?
Can you spend bennies to get power points?
Mm-hmm. You can. 1 benny for 5 power
If
points.
he had bennies.
If I had bennies.
That doesn't make sense.
That was we've been playing this game
right.
for
Well,
6 months? 7 months?
I think a little
That's
longer.
the worst I've ever rolled, and I've rolled it 4 times. In a row.
well,
it's
Sveta
been
is
7
coming
months.
because she knows a friend is in danger and she's not going to let you run in there by yourself.
It's not been 7 months, has it? When did we
Yeah,
start playing?
I think so.
May of last year.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, that's happy 7th month, everybody. All right. All right. So I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen here.
It's Kanson's turn. That's what's going to happen.
Your feet are on either side of his body on the table.
However you want it to be. I'm obviously not standing on him, but if I'm standing on the back side of the table over him, or if I'm standing over him, or if I'm standing...
No, you're going to have to be, he's big.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be like you trying to straddle a horse on a table. So
Okay.
you're on one side. You're on the back corner. You're You're right here. I mean, because his head is there, there's enough table there for you to stand on. Plus, that's probably close to what you were aiming for anyway. So I don't know that you've done anything. You didn't float a potted plant, to use my previous example.
Right.
So and the attack, it said unless you're attacking, but nothing happened with the attack.
Yeah, the way
although
I see his bolt is it is concentrated flame that he's pulling from like the air or the greater dimensions, and then
Right.
putting into a bolt. Because
Right, and
he's trying
so-
to do a cone, he's using the charcoal smoke or charcoal powder as a expansion of that same spell.
So something started to coalesce and then got dissipated by the cables, is how I'm going to explain your failure to roll a success.
Okay.
So there was...
Which makes sense, being that they're pulling magic, leyline energy, or power points out of other creatures. It would make sense that there would be wires in here also doing that.
So there had to have been something initially visible, but it would have been above you.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm just trying to decide if people are going to get a notice roll and what they're noticing.
So if they get a notice roll, it's going to be at a -6 to even notice that something's
Well,
possibly
except it says unless you attack, right? So it says
unless it's obvious that you attacked, but sparking in the air above
right.
Orloff
Unless he takes actions that arouse suspicion or attacks someone.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't say successfully attack someone, right? So you started to pull stuff. There was a visible manifestation of your spell, even though it fizzled. So, however, the two lab coat guys aren't looking up; they're looking down. You see, No Face, and I call him that because that's what Mark called him when he first saw him.
Yeah.
You see No Face react to what's going on, and he's in a more ready position, whereas his gun was down relaxed. It's now up, and you can see, you get the sense that he's scanning.
Okay.
Mr. Shinkansen.
I am moving here to here to here, and I don't know. I don't know if that's really 15 feet or whatever.
No, it's not.
Basically,
you can open the door and run in. It's not that big a room. So
I'm opening the door and running in, and moving straight to No Face, and popping the swords. I'm glancing at Orloff, but if I don't see Z-Teach,
you don't.
Then I'm going to hope that it was an empty threat. And
everything in the room seems fine.
And I will attack No Face.
Okay.
So I
finally a worthy foe. We want to bite him.
Yeah, bite him. And I
that was a
pause long enough in front of him to say, "Do you remember me?"
I never rolled for the second shot.
You didn't have any PowerPoints left, did you?
I didn't need them. I paid for the first spell, which was Rate of Fire 2.
Oh, well then go ahead and roll your second shot.
Yeah.
No, we've already passed it by a lot.
No. There we go. I'm in the other room again. Just take your second shot.
Yeah. We can rewind.
My God.
Screw you, random.
And then I press the fast forward
Wow.
button and you're moving. And when I see the
Like
look of
nothing ever
recognition,
changed.
when I see the look of recognition in No Face's eyes, then I will attack him.
He doesn't have eyes.
Yeah, I'm not really waiting for an answer.
When you look in for the recognition off the glint of his metal.
Shing! Yep, that's close enough. And for all I know, this is a computer and not a person. So, yeah, I'll be re-rolling the.
Wow.
And they say this program's random. Daniel just got 2 3 6s, and I got 2 2s.
I've been wondering if there's a shareable dice rolling application that we can use instead of this, because we've seen too much non-randomness out of the randomness.
So I fake
Three.
I fake
Three 3/6s.
Yeah, I fake with the katana, slash with the wakizashi, and he puts his hand up and deflects it, and then as he gets his hands up, I stab inward with the katana for 21 to hit.
Yeah, that's going to hit, and you're going to get a bonus D6 damage.
Fantastic. So first, normal damage, armor piercing 10, 22. Wow, I couldn't have rolled worse on that. You know what? In fact, I'm going to spend a Benny to re-roll the damage, because I just don't think that's going to be enough. Is it going to let me do a Benny? It did a minute ago, but not
Should I
now.
steal it?
Yes, please. Let it go. Re-roll damage. Are you fudging kidding me? Nope, take another one. I'm going to be out of Bennies. This is ridiculous.
Everyone whiffs their shots.
Dude.
Son of a gun. This is crazy.
How did you spend all your bennies?
Yeah.
No, I mean Z-Teach.
So, yes, and I was granted one.
By Svarog himself.
Oh, you gave him one?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
You just dragged. How did you mechanically do it? You just dragged it over?
Yeah, I just took the token and then dragged it over as like picture icon, and it
Okay.
pulls up like a trade window.
Well, so it's 13 armor piercing 10 plus a d6 of 4. So the total is 23, 27 versus his armor, toughness, all that good
And
stuff.
it doesn't get through.
That's what I was afraid of.
At AP 10?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
He's going to require a minimum of 30 to get, because that's what it was before, I believe, was 30 to get past his armor. Yeah, this is going to go well. This is going to be the end of the session as No Face kills us all.
Wait, how does AP work?
Basically, you add it to whatever the damage number is.
Oh, and that's how you got 23.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it doesn't matter how you do. I mean, technically, you know, if Mark is right, it is 30. I'll just make it easy for you. It's 30. So you subtract 10 to make it 20, and then Mark rolled 17.
Yep.
Is technically how you do the math.
Right.
But if you add 10 to 13 and add 4, I mean, you get the same place. So it doesn't matter if you add the 10 or subtract the 10. The math is the same either way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Sveta.
Yes, Feta's cautious by nature, but she's not going to let her friends run in there alone. So she's charging through the door.
So both Sveta and Shinkansen, what messed him up was trying to get through the jungle of cables and wires, and your typical fluid movement was interrupted by just this, as I said, jungle of cabling and stuff, and that's, I think, what's messed you up this time. And so Sveta
Yeah, so Sveta, basically what you see is like you come in right at the end of my thing. He deflects one, and I get a jab in with the katana, and my foot rolls on a cable, and it just keeps sliding right past the side of him, and now I'm stupid exposed to be punched this next turn or shot.
Well, Sveta will try and distract him with a hammer blow to the face.
He doesn't have a face.
He doesn't have a face.
To the front metal plate, or yeah, I don't know, just a whack on the top thing that looks like a Cylon head. Who knows?
There you go. Fair enough.
You don't have any feats for disarming, do you?
No. I'm just checking, but no. Wow.
That does not hit.
Yeah, I'll penny that. Why not? Holy crap. What the hell is going on with this game right now?
Wow.
Okay, well, second swing.
Doesn't hit.
Don't waste it.
All right. Well, I guess everyone's just going to run in the room and trip over themselves.
Talk to me about Orloff. These tubes and cabling and everything, is it going outside the room or is the tech within the room?
Outside the room.
So it's literally just a whole bunch of cables in the room.
Yes.
Well, I think it's you, GM.
It is. No Face is having a problem bringing his weapon to bear because of the cabling, and so he's going to attempt to punch Orist. What's your parry?
My Luke parry is 8. No,
So
10.
he punches.
I'm sorry, 10.
Yeah, you see he punches and it's where you were 3 seconds ago. And then he tries to bring his hand back to backhand you and misses you again. The
does he seem like humanly fast, superhumanly fast, or I guess what I'm trying to read is this a robot or is it a living being?
You have no data at this point to decide one way or the other.
But when you watch a robot move, a lot of the times it's a little stiff compared to somebody.
This does not move stiff. It's very fluid and wicked fast.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The two guys in lab coats are ducked under the table, cowering. And with that, I'll deal some cards.
Come on, Joker. That is not Joker, but that's all right.
I'm guessing you want the queen.
I'll keep the queen.
And let me put that in order. Mr. Shinkansen.
Yeah, we're doing the exact same thing there. We're going to... I'm actually going to fake him out and attack with a Wakizashi first to see if he deflects it. Is it 10 hit?
10 hits.
Okay, and then stab afterwards once I find purchase with the katana for another 10. All right.
That hits.
So first, the Wakizashi
does not hit.
No.
Damage.
Right.
You found a spot
Yep.
between some armor, and you got your sword in, and as you're pulling it out, Arashi says, "I like his blood." And as you pull it out, you see some blood like ichor drip off the katana.
Human-ish color?
Ish.
Okay. I
It's a
say
darker red than you expected.
I say quietly to Sveta, there is a man in there. Or something like it.
There's not room for, even though that thing is about 11 feet tall,
Yeah.
there's not room for a human in there to be driving a mech.
Right. No, I get it. It's probably a cyborg or some...
Well,
some
Orloff is known for his cyborgs. That's his thing.
Yep. That's my... Actually, I'm going to move...
Did you roll the a 13? Now,
yeah,
you only attacked once. Don't you attack twice?
No, I attacked twice. I got 10s on both of them.
Oh, once with the katana, once with the wakizashi.
And I rolled
Somehow
the
I thought it was twice with both.
Oh, no, it's once with each.
Okay, got it.
But yeah, and then I am going to move around him.
His back's against the wall.
That's fine. I'll move to the side of his arm here, his left arm, so that if he does ever bring his weapon up, he's going to have to turn cross body to shoot me.
So that's where Sveta's standing.
Oh, it is. Okay. Well, then let me rethink that. I'm going to move to this side.
Right.
Yeah, I'll just move to that side. That way there's no room for him to bring his weapon up to bear on me.
Right.
Yeah.
In my mind, you see this gap. You went right in that gap right there.
Got it.
And probably as you were moving, right, you were able to get the blade in there and get some...
And then pull out and dance around the gun. And that's mine.
Yeah.
That's me. That's my turn.
Z-Teach.
Okay. Well, this is a big bad, and I can understand why this won't be the case. If a enemy is considered helpless, there is a coup de grace ruling for using a lethal weapon against a helpless enemy.
Is that the drop rule?
It's the
incapacitated rule or something?
Back up to where you were.
I think it's... Is it really called coup de
No,
grace?
it's not called coup de grace. That's just how I interpreted it.
Right. Yeah, I've read it before. 96 or 100?
That sounds about right. It was... Finishing move.
Finish him.
101.
101, yeah.
I keep hearing a message, but I don't know if it's someone messaging me.
Not me.
Okay.
Not me.
I mean,
Okay. I've read the rule. What is your plan?
So, if that's a thing, Z-Teach would pull out his Wilkes 320 Classic, point it at the massive wires going into Orloff's face, and pull the trigger.
Is that's a laser?
It is the pistol that he has had since arriving here.
Oh, it's an SDC pistol.
It is possibly? It's AP2?
Yeah, I think the Wilkes lasers were...
Yeah.
I know
the Wilkes
you and
320
Orist.
is SDC.
What's that?
One. A Wilkes laser pistol is SDC.
Is a plasma rifle STC?
No.
No.
Then he'd pull out a plasma rifle,
Okay.
point it at his face, at the massive wires going into his face, and pull the trigger.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
So,
I understand. Go ahead and roll.
okay.
He's just making sure you don't do a critical failure. I'm probably sure. Pretty sure.
Exactly so, Mr. Mark. Go ahead and roll your damage.
You just click. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. The wires around his face explode, and there's just a smoking hole there at the moment.
So, I was following the called shots rule too, because I didn't know if you were going to want me to add that.
No, we're all good.
Okay.
So there's a smoking hole where wires and face used to be. Sveta.
I'll continue the onslaught on No Face.
Nice. Hits. So it says AP2 there. So is it basically 24?
Yes.
Okay, so you clank off his shoulder armor and it doesn't seem to have done much.
Okay.
That hits,
Wow.
and that does less.
Wow.
Okay.
Don't forget you have wands, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Don't help him.
Don't
Don't help
all
him
right.
turn to the dark side.
He's takes his gun and pivots his body, and he's going to shoot Sveta. -4. Is the deflection still up?
The deflection never happened.
Never happened.
Nope.
Okay, so he hits you. And with an 18, you're shaken, Mr. Sveta.
Okay.
And then he's going to pivot the other way with his arm and try to punch Orist. And with a 4, he misses you.
Mm-hmm.
So we will deal 1 card to all players, turn order items, and a queen, which I guess you're going to want.
So I think we're doing something wrong.
Okay.
I think we are supposed to be using that bonus damage. Now, I'm not sure that that's right, what that bonus damage represents, but we are supposed to be doing bonus damage when we do damage. Because 2 of my edges talk about increasing my fighting bonus damage dice.
Okay.
And the only reason I'm bringing this up is I was looking at this when Sveta was going, and while it still wouldn't have, well, depending on what her bonus damage die is supposed to be, it still wouldn't have been enough. It could be.
Yeah. Yeah, I have, I think, 1 perk that does that changes my bonus damage die to a D8 instead of a D6, but...
Right, and see, your bonus damage die is a D6, and mine is still listed as a D6 also.
Yeah,
It's
but there's
supposed
no
to
way
be-
for us to change it, so we
Right.
we've just
But
been
I
kind of
think we
ignoring
should.
it.
I think we're supposed to be rolling it, if nothing else, to see what the extra damage is. And I'm sorry to make you look at that.
No, it's fine. No, we want to get it right. I'm all good. Range. Well-placed attacks are more likely to hit vital areas and do more damage. If your hero gets a raise on his attack roll, he adds a d6 to the final total. Bonus dice can also ace. Bonus damage applies to all attacks, including spells and area effect. Page 94. No, we've been doing it right, brother.
But we're not
but-
we're not applying the bonus damage. Is my point.
That's because we've been ignoring it because it's doing it wrong.
Right, but we should be rolling it. Is my point.
You roll the bonus damage if you get a raise, just exactly like we've been doing.
Yeah.
That's when I say roll your d6. Now the thing is, if you have an edge that makes it a d8, you got to remind me that.
Yeah, a d10. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So that part we've been doing wrong because I didn't remember you had an edge.
No, that's no problem. Okay, I get it. So if we get a raise, that's when the bonus damage kicks in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll have to roll it manually because it's not rolling it correctly. And
Right.
we can't figure out how to change it on the sheet.
Right.
Right. Okay. Cool. Thank you for looking that up. Sorry to.
Yeah, no problem. No. It turned out in your favor. We know something more now, so that's all good. All right, so he is going to punch Shinkansen.
I thought he missed with a 4.
I go first in the new round.
Oh, great.
And I missed with a 2.
Oh, that's good.
And then he's going to backhand Sveta because his gun is tangled in cables. What's your parry, Sveta? Higher than a 7?
Yes.
Okay,
It's 9.
he misses. Shinkansen.
All right. So
his parry is an 8. So you need to get a raise, you need a 16.
yeah. And if I do a called shot, that's how much less?
-2.
Okay. So
Well, it depends, actually. It depends on how big the area is, and it goes from -2 to minus bajillion.
-4 is usually like a face or vital area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about his thumb for holding the gun.
Okay.
So would that be a -2, -4?
That's going to be a -4. Well, yeah, hand. It specifically says hand here. Target may be disarmed. See page 100.
Okay.
So that's a -4.
Okay. I
And
am
then-
going to do that. I'm going to try and disarm his gun. Because he's having a hard time with hand hitting, but less so shooting us. So I'm going to try and
So
disarm.
before we do that,
Yeah.
let me tell you how it works.
Okay.
The attacker must first, this is under disarm. The
Okay.
attacker must first hit the object or the opponent's limb or hand, called shots on page 99.
Right.
If the attack hits the weapon, the attacker roll, and I know thumb, but it's still, you're trying to disarm the guy.
Right.
If the attack hits the weapon, the attacker rolls damage normally for an item, no raise effect or aces, see breaking things, page 98. The defender must make a strength roll equal to damage or drop the item, and his strength is d12 plus 2.
Yeah, never mind. I'll just hit him. I'll just try and stab him. Stab. So again, I'm going to try and fake him out again because it worked the last time with the Wakizashi first.
Okay.
Does 6 hit him?
No, that misses. 8.
Okay. And then stab with that and it hits, but that is not a raise.
Not a raise. You need a 16. So you need an 8 to hit him, and then you need a 16 for a raise. That's going to...
Oh, did he make his shake roll last time?
He did.
Oh, okay. Damn it.
He's really good at that. Part of, being a brain in a floating box,
Yeah.
It's, yes. So he is shaken again.
All right. And that's really all I can do at this point. Actually,
Hey, Daniel,
does it
can
cost
you
me to
look
roll
real quick?
notice?
Do you get a bonus to hit somebody that's shaken? It's your turn. You go. I'll look.
Okay.
Before he goes, does it cost me anything to do a notice roll to see if I saw the firing go off over at Orloff?
You heard it. I mean, that
Okay.
was a plasma rifle. We determined earlier that they make noise.
Okay. Okay, thank you. It's your turn, Daniel.
What was I looking at? Shaken.
Okay. Has anything stopped moving? Has the tubes pumping fluids in or fluids out? Have any of the monitors that we're beeping with a heartbeat
You know
stopped
what?
beeping with a heartbeat?
That's a really good question. I'm going to have to take an alibi, because I forgot that was my turn. Orloff rises up the table and flails around.
Oh.
And doesn't hit anything. He's still wound up in this nest of cables, but he did flail his arms around. And he as he got up, he pulled the stuff, the left debris off his face, and it's just a caved in place where a head was. um and But he flailed around as if he's trying to attack an invisible person or something. Kind of hard to see. And
So when he pulled the things off of his face, does he have a face there?
no.
Okay, so his brain is somewhere in his belly, and the thing that was his head is gone.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have more for him?
No, he
Okay.
tried to attack you. He's missed. Go ahead. I am listening.
I'm trying to think of what I have that'll do damage over 30, which is nothing. Even with PowerPoints.
By the way, a tiny little thing. You can't ask questions, and I'm not going to clarify this, but the only person that sees this is Z-Teach. And there's bright light coming from the doorway.
Okay.
Quickly, while they're thinking, hi,
I'm
Miguel,
going
thanks for
to
becoming a fan.
attempt to... Frick. I'm going to spend a Benny
Okay.
for 5 power points.
Nom, 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 nom.
Nom
Okay.
nom 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 nom. And then I'm going to spend those power points for deflection of my family. So it is a -2 to all the buddies.
-2.
-2 because I didn't get a raise because the rolls hate me tonight. Really, they hate all of us. And that's on me because I shouldn't have started a fight. I figured everybody else started fights. Why don't I start one?
I don't see anything. I thought maybe I could help Sveta out here. I don't see anything that says that you get a bonus to hit somebody that's shaken. We've never played that way, but I suddenly wondered if that was a rule.
Yeah, no.
But I don't think it is. So, Sveta.
Keep wailing on my buddy here. And
That does not hit.
there.
Nor
Only
does that.
shaken, right? Not distracted or vulnerable or anything
Oh.
like that.
Yeah, no, just shaken.
Before I could have even done any of that, I should have rolled my spirit
Yeah, go ahead
to
and roll
get
your spirit.
unshaken.
You're good.
Oh, don't. Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, use the unshaken button at the top of the character sheet.
Oh, whoops. Does it do anything different?
Yeah.
It does, and it tells you if you're shaken or if you're continuing to be shaken or unshaken after.
Go ahead and hit that.
Yeah. See.
Okay. Well, not that it would have mattered. All my attacks failed.
All right. You don't want to use any bennies?
Yeah, why not?
I can cast powers without power points.
It just takes his lifeblood.
Yeah, a little bit.
I was wondering about that.
Wow.
I have a okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You just feel this anger just raging through you, and you just smash that shoulder plate off, and cave in that bit of shoulder underneath it, and you can see him kind of stumble a little bit. So I will kill Carson. So always spend your bennies. Don't save them.
Yeah, I did spend them. So did Z Teach.
I know. I was talking to somebody else. Somebody who likes to hoard them.
I don't know. 2 is not a horde.
All right. Do you want this? Well, here. The higher card.
Yes, thank you. Damn it.
CT.
Oh my goodness. Right. Right.
Pointed it at you as he pointed past you. And so he moves the weapon and points it at Svet. And -2 hits. And 12 points of damage. 15 on your save. So misses. Goes to Oris. And then Oris tries the same combo. Rolled an 8. I think he had a 10 carry.
I do.
And so he misses. Did I skip the ZT? No, you did. Svet. That will hit. Yeah, that ricochets off his arm. Second swearing. Hits.
No. Is that?
She came and tried to get him on the head and just slid off the front of the armor. And she brings the hammer back up and she hits right here. And catches that and just rips the top of the armor off. And as she goes through, she rips through something and it slumps against the wall. And there's just this puddle of dark blood that runs down the front.
As in, it's not moving anymore.
It is slumped on the ground and dead.
Good job, Sveta.
They had most wild cards have 3 moves. That was 2 from Sveta and 1 from Morris.
Nice. Then it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
So what I do is I spin around in a dancing move towards the table.
See, it does seem to be fighting.
Yeah. Towards the table. And I am going to slice with both blades towards Orloff's uprised head. But before I'm actually over the table, I will turn the blades flat side to knock him, or if I have an idea where Z-Teach might be, knock Z-Teach down.
He doesn't have a head.
He has a head, there's just nothing there. It's like a sunken in.
Crushed.
Yeah.
There's a shattered remains, but
Yeah. So basically, if you think of like the table as a flat surface, if his body is leaned up, I'm going to use the flat side of the blade to knock it down, and or if Z teaches somewhere around there as well. I know I have a minus Brazilian to hit Z teach, but
before you roll,
yeah,
you're trying to use the flat side of your blade to knock Orloff over.
Orloff and or Z teach, so that Z teach doesn't kill him.
You're trying to do both of those in one hit.
I don't know where Z teach is, so that's why I'm turning the blade flat.
I understand now. Go ahead and roll.
Okay. I know he's over there somewhere.
On top of the table to do it.
No, I'm dancing to the front of the table
I got you. Okay.
in a spin. 7 minus whatever, and
That will not hit.
okay. And I'm not trying to do damage, just knock them down, knock one or the other down. I don't know who I'm hitting or what, but yeah, just knock them down. I'm not trying to do damage.
You're swinging violently at a bunch of tables.
No, I'm swinging with the flat end of my blade in a horizontal motion. I don't think there's cables there.
There's tables there.
Wow.
But it doesn't matter. I'm nowhere near where you're swinging.
Probably. Yeah. So I clang Orloff and he goes back down momentarily, and that's it.
Go ahead and roll your damage. Or actually, roll your strength.
Okay. My strength is
It's late enough. I'm not going to look at the roll list.
9.
You hit him, but you don't knock him over.
Oh.
Time to deal cards.
Yep. That's my turn. I'll
Bet you want that.
I'll take the ace. How about that?
I don't remember which is the higher two. I know.
I thought it was hearts.
I think it is hard. Yeah. Not that it matters. Someday it might. I need to have that written in front of me. All right, Mr. Shinkansen.
Called shot. I'm going to try and chop his other leg off.
Okay.
Yep.
-10.
Yep. Come on.
Nope. Also nope.
I'll use a Benny to. Or you'll have to steal it. I'll use a Benny to re-roll the Wakizashi. Let it go. I mean to re-roll the katana. Excuse me. There. How about a 9? -2. 7, and then roll damage. What the? What did I roll there? A 2, a 3, and a 2. That's. Yeah, that's me.
So that's it.
Other than I will say, Z-Teach, don't kill him. You are right about some things.
Just a second before you do something. Before you say it.
Hi, pretty boy Swag Gamer. Thanks for becoming a fan. We appreciate you.
I think John was like, wow, these guys are guys. I bet you're having shows them rolling 1d10s and 1d12s, but really roll 1d4s.
I was just watching an episode of Critical Role, Daniel, where they randomly fought a white dragon, and they rolled like 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, and then they actually got into a fight with the big bad of the campaign.
Trying to decide what to do. Right.
It was 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Something to ponder.
Yeah. Sveta is going to strike to try and kill.
Oh.
'Cause she doesn't care about Kushida. She's here to end tier cost.
That's not only going to hit, that'll give you an extra D whatever.
You heard it. D20, extra D20.
She comes up, it smashes through the shoulder, and seems to rupture something inside, and Orloff just falls and doesn't hit the ground. Is actually kind of prone, but being held up by all these cables next to the table.
Can we see what's inside? Is there brain?
There's bits of body.
Cat food.
A tiny Voldemort? Is there a tiny Voldemort?
There's inside the chest. There's bits of skull and kind of there's a bit of an upper. There's a bust, basically. You know, little bit of shoulders and a head.
So is he dead?
Oh, and
You'll have nightmares of ones and that language. Rolling ones and that language.
And he will welcome the fairies and say, "I'm sorry to confuse things your way. Bullet train, Shinkansen, but I'm not sure what you thought was going to happen here." And then he'll leave. Zetsu will just turn and walk out of the room.
Trials allow for interference of the other warlords. It's better to end his reign where it is when we can.
And Zetsu walks back to the fairy room and will start to unscrew fairy bottles.
I will go back and start to unscrew fairy bottles, and I will say very quietly to both of them, I have failed both of you, and I must atone.
I will say this. I never want to influence somebody, but he was standing and attempting to fight.
He was, but yeah.
I'll let you make it's your character.
Yeah.
You do your thing.
Yeah,
But he was standing and attempting to fight.
that is true.
They got through about half somehow. So instead of 20 minutes, it takes you 10 minutes, and you've got the rest of the fairies done. About the time all the fairies are done, you hear what might be an alarm sounding.
We should go back down into the tunnels quickly. Can you put all these fairies in your robe?
When there were 4, sure. And he'll turn around, he'll put his arms out, and he will say in the kind of hissing, quiet, whispery Fey voice, "Follow us, but follow us closely. I don't want the enemy to pick any of you off or recapture you. So stay as close as as close to us as possible, and try to stay hidden."
I mean, I don't have much room in my suit, but if some of them want to ride in my suit, we can try.
Yeah, you've got a skin-tight suit. That'd be weird. I mean, you could squish one just by bumping.
Yeah,
into
no,
something.
I don't want to do that. No,
What
no.
does the sky of this Atlantis look like?
Well, you're inside a pyramid, so
Oh, I mean,
But-
outside the pyramid.
like the sky in
Like
Ukraine.
sky.
I mean, it's
Is there like creatures flying around and dragons swooping down eating things and
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
That's what I meant.
yes.
Yeah, but I have no idea how we're going to get the fairies out of the temple and out of the pyramid. Sure, but like out of the city, I have no idea. I don't even know how
Well,
we're going to get ourselves out of the
I was
city.
gonna say I don't know how we're gonna get ourselves back out. That's the bigger.
We're supposed to
Oh, wait.
walk out the front gates.
Wait. Didn't we get a calling card from Utani? Yeah, I thought we did.
Oh, from Utani?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. We could try that.
What do you mean try that? Do it.
Okay. I'll pull out the calling card.
Here, or do you want to get down into
Oh.
the tunnels and?
Yeah, down in the tunnels.
Yeah, we'll get down in the tunnels.
All right. As you guys hit the
Preferably
stairs,
down in the tunnels so I can get some orichalcum that was down there.
I did promise you on the way back.
although if you still want to do that, you did have to fight a lot of shadow critters. You think that's all of them there are? right as you're hitting the stairs, you hear, I don't know, it sounds like an army is following you.
Yeah, okay. Make sure doors close behind us.
Okay.
Can we bar it from the top?
No,
It doesn't have a bar
no,
bolt or okay.
not on this side anyway.
Daniel, can you? I mean, Z Teach, can you?
They're wood doors.
Oh,
I don't know.
well, let's go quickly then.
Yeah.
As you're about halfway down the stairs, you hear noise at the top of the stairs.
Yep, we're going. What does
You
it
get down to the bottom,
sound like? People, insects.
it sounds like an army's following you.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yep. Yeah, we're running.
you get to the door
Is the door barred from the inside or the outside?
inside.
It's not useful. All right.
Sveta makes quick work of the door, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since she's the strongest and going to be the fastest at moving the big barred heavy door.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then closes it behind us.
You can close it and spin the wheel, but you can't put the,
Right.
How heavy is it?
and so you're
Very.
now in an open area of that street.
Should I pull out the calling card, or are we gonna try and get to your Orichalcum first and fight spirit creatures?
You hear shouts coming down the stairs.
The DM's like railroading you towards the
Yeah.
card, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, what do you want to do?
We'll use the card.
You sound so sad.
He is sad. He specifically spotted it and was like, "Ooh, of my father's legend." Yeah, so I'll use the calling card.
Portal opens.
She wants that ore, but she's more careful than she is.
Go, 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 go,
Yeah,
go.
We go through the portal.
And I'm making sure all the fairies go first before me.
You're in a what seems to be a where would this be? It looks like a very imagine a hangar room for battle tech in a ship that, does everybody here know what battle tech is? Giant robots?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine a ship that had a hangar that could deploy an army of battle tech robots. So you
Yeah, Daniel hasn't seen that one yet. Everybody but Daniel has.
so you arrive in this what looks like a hangar of a ship, and there's just darkness outside, and I'm sorry, I had a random thought. I realized I forgot to tell you guys something like an hour ago. And anyway, so you're in this hangar, and at the control, there's one of those Utani guys at the controls, and there's one of the guy, looks like one of the guy, well, they all look the same to you, is looking at you and says, "You've called."
Yes, we have dispatched of Orloff. We have.
You hear the hatch open behind you through the portal.
Oh, can we close the portal?
Now
Yeah.
it's closed.
Great. We dispatched of Orloff as you requested. You now have a new government to work with in terms of Artur. What's the name of the city?
Donetsk.
Donetsk. Zetich and his fairy friends here, I look to Zetich, are possibly ready to go home?
Yes. Yes. I'm going to be taking them home. To a safer home.
And Zetich, Orist, digs into his pack for a second, and he looks very sad. And he gives Zetich
Love
a
you.
very. I love you too. He gives Zetich a very old, leather-bound book, and he says, "I am glad to have helped you get home, but I'm sorry I failed you. I hope you read this and begin to understand."
There's also these. Zichich thanks you, and he takes the book and looks at it kind of quizzically, and then he'll place it with his belongings, and then he will take out a fairly large, like, messenger bag that he carries around with him so long that you forget it's there. And he takes out a couple thin volumes that have wear and blood stains and marked up sections. And you can see that they are journals he's been keeping to give to your shaman.
I will deliver these. And you see that the book is a book written in Japanese, which you probably don't know how to speak
Yet.
Yet. And he'll put his arm out like he's seen the Cossacks do.
And I will return the grasp, but then also pull you in for a hug.
Gives you a big hug. And then he'll offer the same to Sveta.
And she'll take his hand and with your other hand reach into her chainmail and pull out a golden necklace that has an emblem of the sun and three hammers on it, and she'll put it in your hands and say, "May Svarog's blessings follow you into your next world."
Thank you. Be safe here. And look after each other, yeah?
We will.
Good luck. I've seen enough of this world for a lifetime. And
The person at the controls looks at you and says, "Are you ready?"
No, but I think that's kind of the point. And Zizi will turn towards the portal. Or the portal
So you
location.
turn and you look in that direction, and now you see what was behind where you guys entered is it's a glass or transparent part of the ship, and you look out and you see this violet nebula, and above it is twin red suns, and which is how you know you're in a ship somewhere in space somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And a portal opens, and you look through. As you look through the portal, it is your school.
Mm-hmm. As Zteach turns one more time to wave goodbye, he does a circle up motion in the sky and says something, and then points to the portal
And
for
the fairy
the
starts flying
fairies.
through it.
And he says under his breath, but just loud enough that you guys can hear it. He says, "I don't think you can ever be ready to leave your family." And then steps through the portal with the last of the fairies.
Whoosh, and the portal closes.
And when you arrive in the school, for some reason, all the fairies are screaming as you come out of the portal. What an entrance.
So the main Utani looks at the two of you and says, where shall we return you?
To Donetsk, I believe. Yes, Sveta?
One question. How do we know Orloff is dead?
We have his leg.
May we see?
Absolutely. You may have it. Unless you want to melt it down, Sveta.
Sveta pulls it out of her bag and just like throws it on the floor.
We'll accept that as proof. Where exactly did you find him? We have the coordinates. Can you give us anything more exact?
I will open the map and give him the map.
It's a plain map. There's no light. There's
There's
nothing.
no nothing. Okay, great. So
But the lines are there. I mean, it's still
okay.
a map.
Yeah, so I'll show him the pyramid and then the rooms within and where we found Orloff. And I will say he was connected to wires, and there were white people in white with slits where noses would be that were tending to him.
We're familiar with them.
And we left them alive, but we killed both Orloff and his large cyborg that we called No Face that was protecting him.
That is sufficient to us. We accept these terms, and we will get clarification. But pending clarification, we'll accept this.
Thank you.
And so, where are we returning you?
Donetsk.
Donetsk.
On our
Any place in particular?
The
Warehouse that we were staging?
no, the we should go directly into the place we left. The
Where you left
skyscraper.
Archer?
Yeah, where we left Archer. I don't remember the name of the building thing.
Orloff's command center?
Yes, the command center. It's no longer Orloff's command center.
It is not.
It is the people of Ukraine's command center.
Hoorah. And with that, gentlemen, a portal opens and you look, and what you see is to be continued next week.
Great. Huzzah!
Huzzah.
And as always, thank you everyone on YouNow for the likes and for following. We appreciate that. That helps us level up and be able to bring you more content. Everybody on Beagle Live, thank you for the hearts and the gamer mace. That's awesome. So thank you so much, for that. Illuminati, excuse me. And then last but not least, if you'd like to support us on Twitch, make sure you click the follow button, or if you're able to hit the subscribe button to become one of our rock stars. On YouTube, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and of course the bell icon to be notified when we upload new content Monday through Friday, every single day of the week, during the week, sometimes on the weekends as well. Or you can head to patreon.com/gamersledge, where you can get your name on every single show that we do for as little as $1 a month, just like the fine folks that are scrolling across the screen right now. For Daniel, who's sad, he's no longer going to be Z-Teach anymore. For Chris, for John, and myself, thanks for watching. Until next time, game on.
Game on.
Game on.
Come on.